Hi, Vijay. Hello. Vijay, you there? Vijay, Swap.
Hey, hi, John.
Hey,
Morning.
hi. Man. Hey, good morning, man. How are you doing, Swap?
Good, good, good.
All right. So,
Yes, I'm there, and we are going to John. Thanks for joining, and we are going to kickstart our keynote session in another couple of minutes.
all right. Okay. So, you able to see my video?
Yes, yes, John.
All right. Okay. Good.
Would Lakshmi be joining as well?
I'm not sure whether I think he should be joining. I think he should be joining.
Okay.
So, who else is joining from the panel? I think first is
First, I'll be keynoting in the next 10 minutes, 11:10 to 11:20,
right.
John, and then later we'll go with the speaker session about you. So let me start that, right? Because as scheduled, we have to start at 11:10, and then later we can discuss John on that.
All right. Okay. So, probably 11:15. Huh? We can wait. I think one more speaker has to join, right?
No, no,
Or
it's
he's
only me.
joining a.
He's joining at 12, one more session. So 11:30, 12 is between you and me.
Oh, just both of us, is it?
Yes, yes. 11:30 is both of us. Yes.
All right. Okay. Okay.
So thanks all for joining our Data Convergence Summit 2020. We are into our second summit to the audience and to our speakers, to esteemed speakers who are joining us for today. Our theme this year would be more of industry and industry 4.0 and associated with the digital transformation and finally leading to the emerging technologies. And also we are moving into the data world. So everyone knows in the current pandemic situation, data is going to becoming more and more important. Such way the theme was initiated last year on the data convergence part. And this year, our main focus is trying to target on the industry perspective, mainly on the enterprises and organizations, SMEs, which is small and medium enterprises, and micro SMEs, which is again a small and medium enterprises. So my keynote session will be more talking about what is data convergence and why do we need data convergence, and I'll come up with few use cases how SMEs, MSMEs can adopt this kind of pandemic situation and drive their digital transformation initiatives in the industry 4.0 initiative. So, so little bit, right? Little bit about DCS. What is DCS? The Data Convergence Summit is a flagship event of Digitized Solutions, which we initiated last year. Mainly, our theme was Industry Academia Connect. Our focus was last year mainly targeting students, freshers, and professionals, where we came up with the concept of the data convergence with Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, machine learning, and finally the blockchain. But this year we are more focusing on how the data convergence can happen between the digital transformation, Industry 4.0, and the emerging technologies. Okay, so few of our initiatives we did it for the last few years is we are the first of its kind done on the CarPass project, which is a digital CarPass targeting the majors in Germany or the automotive market and the insurance market, and also the phase mainly on the autonomous market, autonomous vehicles, electric and shared. Again, it's an autonomous machine project done in France. And overall, the concept what we have used to all of the guys, right, who joined with us on this particular DCS, we have taken the data optimization because data is very important. We got real-time data, we have integrated data, we have a database data. So the entire data we use this as a convergence ideology. And finally, we all know, right, the future is data is integrated convergence. We should not think as data as silos. So that's where we made it as a theme, and we break down the entire data convergence into small chunks, as everyone knows it, right? It's about IoT as a data sourcer, machine learning as a data analyzer, ai as AI as a data automator, and finally blockchain as the data provenance medium. So in a nutshell, this is what the prelude which I'm going to set as part of the DCS. And guys, stay tuned until the end of this data convergence summit. We have lined up very exciting speaker sessions, as well as also a very good panel discussion. Globally we have called, and then they're giving to share their insights from Europe and Middle East and Indian perspective also. So stay tuned there. And to add some more insights, so this is one very beautiful diagram where we will see, like I can say, the Bible for the data convergence in future, at least in the next 5-10 years, which industry should adopt, like additionally to skilling for the industrial perspective, or to make a career perspective also. This will be a very beautiful diagram where digital transformation, industry 4.0, and emerging technologies can converge with the help of data. So where we have, like, these are all the buzzwords today, where we have to look at each and every component, starting with IoT, which I have mentioned it before, like Internet of Things, to artificial intelligence, machine learning, and blockchain, AR, VR, and these are all the addendum to give a value to the customer, like value to the enterprises, customer, and finally bringing out the ROI. So, in a nutshell, what I want to conclude in this particular concept of a convergence, data convergence is the future. I would like everyone to look into it. So, we are recording the sessions, and then we are going to share after this to look over that also. So, yeah, few convergence use cases. This is especially to, going to give a target to the, mainly to the SMEs and MSMEs, where they can take this as an ideation phase for them. Like for example, automated human asset track and trace. For example, they are into the hotel industry. Like for example, health hazards, or like for like example, we are looking at more of the like I'm talking more on the Indian perspective, not limited to India. Like any developing and developed countries can look at the automatic climatic conditions in the precision agriculture, which is the need of the day and the future. So with this, I want to conclude my keynote session, guys. Uh, Thanks for joining, and welcome to Data Convergence Summit 2020. And I appreciate your time and joining us, to the speakers and to the panel members and to the audience who are listening to us. So we have a very packed sessions for the entire uh, today. Please join us, and you can ask questions, and then anything, we are available. Speakers are also available. Thanks once again. Our next speaker session with is John Vincent. He's going to share his data story and his experiences. Please stay tuned. It will be starting in another 10 minutes. Thank you very much. John, I have given the host to you.
Yeah.
You can share.
So Vijay, yeah, you want to start right now, or we'll wait for some time, right?
We'll wait for some time, right? We'll just wait for another 10 minutes. It's absolutely fine.
It'll be from 11:30, John. Yeah.
Yes.
So you have 10 more minutes.
All right. Okay. Okay. Let me check if you're able to. Are you able to see my?
Yes, we can see your screen.
Right. Okay. Just wanted to ensure that one. All right.
Uh, Thanks all for joining our Data Convergence Summit 2020. In our first speaker is Mr. John. John Vincent is co-founder of Nishbis, an enterprise business consulting firm based out of Hyderabad. With experience on the business consulting side and worked with manufacturing companies across the globe, they have launched a platform to connect MSMEs to digital transformation experts, and he will be talking about how MSMEs can go about digital transformation. John, welcome to DCS 2020. Now it's yours. You can take over.
All right. So you're able to see my screen, Vijay?
Yes, yes.
All right. Okay. All right. So hello and welcome to everyone. Firstly, I would like to thank DGOTech for giving me this opportunity to talk on how MSMEs can go about their digital transformation. And I'm also happy to be part of this distinguished panel of great speakers who are to follow. Just a quick brief about me. I'm John Vincent. I'm a Cornell alumni. I'm currently the executive director of Nishbis Techno Solutions. And I'm also working on a new initiative inside Nishbis called NishBrains, where I manage the ecosystem development and management. My journey basically started about 20 years back in Hyderabad, and we started Nishbis about 10 years ago. And during this 10 years, we have worked with various clients across ASEAN, Middle East, and Europe. To name some top manufacturing companies like Rolls-Royce, Siemens, Zodiac Aerospace. So in either implementing their enterprise software to optimizing their business processes to scaling up their operations across locations. So during this process, what we learned is that there is abundance of technological solutions, and the pace of adoption to the pace at which it is growing, it is actually getting outpaced. That's when we learned that customers have the ability to purchase software solutions or technology, but is it really needed for them, or how to make better use of the software for business benefit? There's always a gap. So that's when we thought it will be, if we can connect people who understand these technologies from a business perspective to manufacturing industries, it will be beneficial for them. So that's what made us to launch NishBrains a few months ago. We felt the need to start with India because the focus was towards MSMEs, and digital transformation is something that's catching up pretty fast in the coming years. But the adoption is slow due to the lack of reach of quality consultants. So the idea of the platform is to bring in global digital transformation consultants who are probably experts on Industry 4.0 and global expansion specialists, and connect them to micro, small, and medium manufacturing companies across India, helping them to adopt digital transformation seamlessly. So that's a brief in about our portfolios. So I will explain about NishBrains probably towards the end of the session. So moving on, see, we hear about this buzzword or called digital transformation quite a lot these days, right? But is transformation something really new? It isn't, right? So see, the last 4 decades, we see industries have gone through various versions of transformation, starting from mechanization to mass production to computer and automation to today what we talk about is the cyber physical systems, that is the so-called digital technologies. But what is important to note in these transformations is that there are 3 common patterns that emerge. Firstly, there is a cost shock. See, as and when there is a new transformation that happens, things start to get cheaper. The way the production happens due to either improved technology, leading to decreased cost, reduced lead time, access to new markets easily, so making it affordable for people to buy, leading to a cost shock. A very simple example is the calculator, right? At least in the 80s and 90s, I at least paid a good amount for the calculator. But today it is free with your computer and your mobile phones, right? Or if you want to buy one too in the market, it's dirt cheap. See, that's what is the cost shock that happens. Secondly, when these transformations happen, there is a need for acquiring new skills. So which means there is a shock on capabilities. So capabilities which were relevant before the transformation are no longer relevant to a transformed era. Also, they don't happen overnight, right? So they keep happening like in over a period of time, and they suddenly explode. So we need to watch out for that. So if you take an example, in the automobile industry, there used to be a paint shop, right? So wherein there is a worker who does the painting of the cars or components. But today in the top automobile manufacturing companies, you see there's a robotic arm which does the painting, right? So that basically, in fact, does it more precise and with better quality. So the skill that was needed probably now is not needed in the transformed era. So that is something. The second thing that you need to watch out. The third pattern which you see is the change in the business models. See, with the industry structures changing, customers seeking new products which are better, cheaper, and faster, which actually needs change in the supply chain, the suppliers, and until and unless companies adapt to these changing patterns or transformations, they will not be able to move forward. So that's a third one. See, for an example, if you look at today, if I have to give an example, Nike, they only look at, they only focus on the design and the sales and marketing. The entire manufacturing is outsourced. The same is with even Apple, right? So they only focus on the iOS software and the remaining things, the design, but otherwise the entire manufacturing is outsourced. So that's the business model change that you need to look at. And in fact, due to that business model change, it has done wonders. In fact, it has increased their profitabilities to a great extent. So that's what we have to keep seeing. See, what are these? See, there are various technologies, right, which are impacting MSMEs today. We talk about mobile, big data, there's AI. There are so many technologies that have an impact on MSMEs. But there is one difference today compared to the previous transformation eras, right? So today, technology is not complex. See, previously it used to take a lot of time to adapt or learn new technologies. But today, as we see, technology is not much complex because the reason is because it is being looked at more from an enabler perspective. It has to be looked at more from a business model perspective, more from building a competitive advantage for the organization. So that's the reason why today, we don't look at technology as a complex part. So I would like to, at this point of time, share an example of how we worked with one of our clients, how we worked with them on providing a solution from a digital transformation perspective as against a small solution. So this customer is based out of Italy. They manufacture burners and boilers for local baking companies. So in Europe, the typical challenge, right, is to, the access to skilled workforce, and the cost of employing them is by the hour, and they are expensive too, right? So they came to us and they told that, we have implemented various softwares, but still there's a lot of productivity issues. We would like to measure the workforce efficiency in terms of how much time they actually spend on production, and there is a gap in the times we plan to the actual output. So on a high level, we could provide a very simple workforce efficiency solution, probably by digitizing their workstation and checking the time spent by the laborers on the actual production. So that's pretty simple, but that's not what we did. So what we did is we brought in all the key stakeholders across the organization. We brought in the sales, the finance, the production, the warehouse, to really analyze if workforce efficiency is what they're looking at, and what impact does it have on their respective departments. So when they actually took a step back to analyze, what they felt was it's not about workforce efficiency anymore, right? It was more about information logistics in terms of right information at the right time to make right decisions, like information on either the progress of production, real-time inventory, tracking of all resources and tools. So even sales had no clue, as to what is the status of an order. What they got is probably when it started and when it finally ended. So finance too, there was no real-time update of costs happening, as they were normally updated in the system at probably the end of the production cycle, and it was difficult for them to manage. So in reality, it was not just about workforce efficiency, but a whole lot more. And by looking at it right from a strategy perspective, we were able to provide them with a holistic solution. So not just a small minuscule level, the workforce efficiency, but a larger solution which can help them across visibility as well as efficiency. So what it provided is actually it had great results. See, one is it increased the productivity by about 15 percentage, pretty much reduced their paperwork by almost 95 percentage. Then it saved the productive hours per operator by an hour, and it also started giving clear visibility to the finance and sales team in real time throughout the production process, not just about the completed orders but also work in process orders through connected systems. So some of the additional outputs also, if you see, it was automated to increase the speed and efficiency. Then we talked about paperless production, so it became basically environment friendly, and to help digitize and organize the documentation. So the entire solution was also done in a smooth integration with their existing software. So we didn't have to, keep it like again an isolated solution, but we integrated them with their existing software, which were easily available and also not so costly gadgets and software. See, thereby bringing the total cost of ownership of the solution within affordable limits. So we don't have to think of digital transformation as a really costly affair, right? It can be done economically too, using whatever are the available softwares and gadgets. So by not looking at problems at a minuscule level, but from an overall problem perspective, so we can solve much bigger problems at one go more efficiently. So the way we need to look at digital transformation is if we can look at it not just from a technology or a solution centric approach, because it's easy to get caught in these buzzwords and say straight, yeah, you need to migrate to the cloud or implement ERP, all that, right? So they are of course needed, right? But they are probably the last mile connection. They are the systems we need at the end. But before that, if we can approach digital transformation from a jobs to be done perspective, who are the people involved, how do we increase the overall competitiveness, in that way we can come up with a more robust solution and a coherent strategy for organizations to approach digital strategy transformation. So that's probably an example I just wanted to share. Moving on, I just want to share a couple of quotes from some famous people. So one is from Margaret Vestager, who is the executive VP to the European Union Commission. So what she basically says is that there are only two kinds, right, of businesses. One, businesses which are already digital, and probably the other ones which are soon to be digital. This is a very important statement, right, which emphasizes that only these organizations will exist going forward, and why digital must be a priority for organizations. The second quote is from Jeff Emlet, right? He's the ex-CEO of GE. So where he says, we went to sleep and the next day, we are a software company, right? So these are powerful statements, right? So when we talk about the importance of digital transformation, irrespective of the size of the organization, whether you're a small or a large organization. So it is easy, as I said, to get caught in the buzzwords that you need to adopt digital transformation or you will perish. But at the same time, preparation is very key for digital transformation. It's just not about the initiatives that you're going to bring in, but how are you going to approach it? It's about those diligently planning and making those small steps, right, to digital transformation. This has a much higher chance of being successful. So how does one approach digital transformation, right? So based on experience, we have formulated how organizations can approach digital transformation, including MSMEs who are scarce for resources. The first thing what they need to do is scan the external environment. Look at all the technologies around, right, which are affecting your business. It's not that everything affects them, right? And also it shouldn't be thought in isolation. You need to think out how collectively it can impact their industry. Also, they need to assess their supply and value chain. Who are their customers? Who are their suppliers? What are they talking about? Then who are the new players probably in the market? What are they talking about? Are they talking about reducing costs? Are they talking about expansion? The new materials being supplied? And these can give a perspective of how your external environment is going to change. So once you've understood this, right? So the next thing what you need to do is design a value proposition. One simple way to look at it is design a value proposition. So what does it mean? It means customers probably to stick to them, like probably a new feature they love. They're looking at probably new products. And then finally, if you look at, they need to look at how to deliver these at a lesser cost. That becomes the value proposition. And once you've scanned the external environment, you've done your defined your value proposition, then finally you need to launch your digital transformation based on what capabilities you have inside your organization, what capabilities that are you need to build either internally or through your partners externally, either for formulating their digital strategy or specific solutions like cloud or big data. But what is important, as I said, is to do the homework. So that's very, very key. See, in this kind of a digital transformation era, on how to approach digital transformation, organizations need to have 5 key capabilities. So one is the relentless customer focus. When I say you need to be constantly in touch with your customers, you need to keep talking to them. What are their expectations? Are they looking for some probably new features? Are they looking for cost benefits? Are they looking for probably new products to be launched? So you basically need to have a constant focus and talk with your customers. The second thing is about agility and learning. It's about those quick pilots, right? So you need to quickly learn, work it out. Is it working or not? Move on. So that's how we have to be, because digital is also emerging. So there aren't any set standards as such. So they will probably come in the next few years or so. But it's about being agile and learning fast. The third one is about being software savvy. So it doesn't mean I'm saying that you need to go and become a software company like GE, right? So, but they have to know about the softwares that can influence decision making. Also, create the competitive advantage that can help organizations in going a long way. The fourth one is very critical, right? Organizations cannot have all the knowledge or resources built inside the organization. It is important to have a partner ecosystem with whom you can collaborate and who can help in building that competitive advantage. And finally, they need to be ambidextrous. So when I mean ambidextrous, so you have a core business to protect, and then there's the other side you need to adapt to digital. So you need to have a act of balancing both of that. That is very key. So this is what I basically wanted to communicate. So moving on, I just want to summarize some points so that these are like you can have these as takeaways. So the first thing, what you, as I said, look for patterns in the transformation. That is the cost, capabilities, and business models. So they keep when transformation happens, these things will keep changing. So you need to watch out for that. Second thing is look at digital transformation as just not as a software solution, right? It's not just implementing some small solution, but from a holistic strategy perspective with the patterns in mind. Then look at the approach. That is, scan the external environment, the value proposition, and then move from strategy to implementation in short and quick sprints. So that is how you need to approach it. So you need to do your homework. So these are some of the key points I want you to keeping in mind. See, based on our experience, so just want a little bit brief about the platform that we have built as well. So based on our experience in various discussions with MSMEs, what we understand is that even though there are various government policies, initiatives to help MSMEs transformation, there is always a gap between the actual strategic vision to what is the operational reality, right? This is due to the fact that MSMEs have very limited or minimal knowledge about digital technologies. That's the first thing. And then there is lack of access to right global experts. These two challenges, they primarily contribute to MSMEs not being able to gain momentum in digital transformation. See, with this in mind, we have launched NicheBrains. So the aim of the platform is basically to connect millions of SMEs to digital transformation experts across the globe, either you can consult from a strategy point of view or any specific solutions. So MSME shouldn't wait like 6 months to a year to kick off digital transformation initiative, but they should start them rather quickly. Start off strategic thinking. What is the core? Look at quick turnaround. So that's how you have to approach, right? So that's the reason why this platform will help them. So organizations probably have ideas, thought process. So NicheBrains is a place where MSMEs can engage with our global digital transformation experts in short bursts of consulting, probably ranging from an hour to few days. Right? We call them as micro consulting. So you have a So how basically they leverage niche brains, if we say. So they can be, it can be from either formulating a digital strategy to probably customer engagement or any global expansion needs, or to upskill or reskill people for the digital age. So it can range from so probably a question to some training or any insights on your specific industry. So niche brains helps in that way, the organizations on their digital transformation journey, connecting them to global digital transformation experts. So on that note, we would like also, all SMEs, MSMEs, and digital transformation experts to register on our platform. So we are actually offering a free onboarding for the summit members. So if they can reach out to us, you can contact details mentioned here. I am there, then Mr. Lakshmi, or CEO, is there. So you can reach out to either of us. I will also be sharing the details with both Swap and Vijay, so you can get it from them too. So thank you so much, all. Thank you, Vijay. Over to you then.
Uh, Thanks, John, for sharing valuable experiences and fantastic presentation. I appreciate that your time and joining us. And nichebins.ai will be and can be the future.
Yeah.
Definitely, I give this message to the audience and who is loud on the SMEs and MSME. Please contact nichebins.ai for any of their initiatives. So one of the question I have, John, here
Mhm.
is in nichebridge.ai, right? For example, you're saying the approach, and then how do they contact you? Is it directly reaching out to you on a call or email? So can you give more insights on that?
See, currently, the platform is right now is open, right? So you can reach out to us probably through an email. We would preferably, if it's like if the experts are there, we would like to have a conversation with them, because obviously one of the key factors of this platform is having the right consultants on board. So even though consultants can directly onboard, what we prefer is to have a conversation with them to find out, if the experience and skill what we are looking for on the platform matches, because we have a specific set of SME customers who are looking for digital transformation needs, and we want to ensure that we are giving them the right consultants. So that's it. As far as the customers are concerned, they can probably directly register. But for the experts, we would like to have a discussion, because right now we do not have any automated way of curating them. But as we go forward, we might be having them. But we have a one-on-one with them to find out their experiences, and that's how we onboard them.
Uh,
So
th-
if experts are there, they can reach out to us, and we'll be happy to have a discussion with them and get them onboarded.
Thanks, John. I think again, reaching out to the experts in this world of SMEs and MSMEs,
Indeed.
either they can reach out to nichebranch.ai, John or Lakshmi, or they can reach out to me also, right? I can give you the contacts. Either way is fine.
All right. Thank you so much, Vijay.
Thank you, John, for joining us. Have a
All
nice
right.
day.
Yeah. Yeah. You too.
Thanks, John.
Yeah. Thanks, Web.
Our next session with Albert. So we'll be starting in around 5 minutes of time. It's 11:53 now. So in 7 minutes of time, we will try join with Albert. Please stay tuned. John, can you make me the host again?
Second, Vijay, I'll just make you one.
Yes. Thank you.
All right. More make host. Yeah. See
Thanks,
you.
John.
All right. Thank you.
Uh, Good morning, Albert.
Morning.
Yes, your session is going to start in another 5 minutes.
All right.
Okay, so we'll be mute on that time. So I'll just at 12 o'clock sharp, our Indian time, I'll just give you an introduction, and you can share this slide. I'll make you the host.
Okay.
You can share the screen, and then we can finish off your speaker session.
All right. That's good. How are you doing today?
Yeah, it's good, Albert.
Okay.
Okay, let me make you the host. Okay, so you're good. You're good to go. So you can share the screen now, or you can share your presentation on this on the screen.
Hey, hi, Albert. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well. So, how are you?
Good, good. I think for the benefit of the participants and the viewers, so Albert is actually joining in from South Africa. So glad to have you on DCS, Albert.
Thank you very much. Nice to be here.
I think, Albert, I think you can probably start now. Yeah.
Okay.
Vijay, you want to set a context? Vijay, you there?
No, before Albert sharing his speaker session, let me introduce about Albert. Our previous
Yes.
speaker, John, is from Sri Lanka, and Albert is from South Africa. Albert is a certified digital transformation professional with overall 15 plus years of experience in architecting SAP solutions and digital transform platform solutions and solution architect. And he's having a PhD in management and major and digital transformation and e-business management, and also he's a author of the book The Definitive Guide to Digital Business Strategy. Welcome, Albert, to the speaker session. Now it's over to you. You can take over it.
All right. Thank you very much, Vijay, for having me on the summit. My address or presentation today will be based on digital transformation, data, and IoT, and having a look at the convergence of data and IoT specifically. We're going to begin by looking at what is digital transformation, what is it, who does it affect, how this happens, and basically where it actually happens. From the Institute of Digital Business Strategy, we focus on strategy-driven digital transformation. We focus on the experience that individuals will have and as well as organizations. So I'll be touching on who it affects, switching from organizational level to individual level. As we know, at this time, digital transformation has become a part of our lives, and it has changed how we live, learn, and even work in this time. Let me begin my presentation, and I hope you enjoy. Just stick to the end until we get to the bottom of the conversions of digital transformation, data, and IoT. All right, so the agenda will be, as I just gave you a brief summary in my intro, digital transformation. We'll look at what it is. We'll look at strategic alignment. We'll also go into digital business strategy model that we offer at the IDBS. And we'll look at digital performance levels as well. And then also look at the themes for digital era strategy teams, and then jump into digital transformation business accelerators. We must have a look at and see what are these accelerators and what are these emerging tools that we're talking about. And then after that, we will specifically look at IoT and big data, and then have a look at the use cases and examples, and finish off with one specific example from the agricultural sector. So digital transformation, digital transformation, I'm sure a lot of people ask, what is digital transformation exactly? So digital transformation is basically strategy and execution of applying emerging technologies to be able to overcome the challenges of today's digital disruption. As I mentioned earlier, digital disruption occurs at the individual level. You and me, we have been disrupted, especially this past year, where everybody is online and has to be online to be able to conduct your form, whether it's communication or your forms of doing business and looking after yourself. And then also digital transformation also has disrupted organizations, which are groups of people. So again, it comes back to the individual level as well. If you're working in an organization as an individual, your way of working as well has been changed. So yeah, with today's growing interest in digital business, it has become evident that digital disruption, it poses both opportunities and threats to institutions and individuals alike. For an institution has to evolve to become a digital enterprise, offering services and products through digital channels. And as an individual, whether you work for an organization or an entrepreneur, digital transformation has actually forced us to evolve into what we call digital entrepreneurs. So we need digital skills, and as well organizationally, we need to have digital business models, processes, and then one key element is to have a digital culture and vision, because no transformation can begin without having a change of mindset and having an organizational culture or even a self-culture of embracing digital tools. So traditional markets risks are being reduced because of this emergence of what we call a digital economy, which is an economy where businesses and individuals alike are using emerging technologies, whether we're talking of social media, analytics, mobility, cloud computing, blockchain, IoT, and so on. Whether we're using these tools are being leveraged to be able to have new offerings and new processes and new services on the market. So those who embrace this digital transformation and get digital skills are able to leverage these technologies and become digital entrepreneurs and succeed in the marketplace. It has the plug and play nature to it. Emerging technologies have plug and play nature to it, where it offers exponential growth when you apply it to your business and be able to extend your reach, whether it's globally or even locally in our communities. So entrepreneurs at all levels need to understand the concepts of innovation and what opportunities strategically is offered. Also understand disruption and be able to look at sustainability. And sustainability for us here in Africa is very key because we need to be able to sustain our communities and sustain our businesses, and also be able to be included or drive inclusivity into a digital society. And also the proliferation of data analytics. The advancement of data analytics has also driven digital transformation, whereas collecting data and using IoT sensors has been around for quite a long time. The key driver here has become the ability to use emerging technologies like machine learning, artificial intelligence, and so forth, and predictive analytics to be able to sift through the sea of data and be able to aggregate and get data that is meaningful to our decision making in business. So and then another key aspect to learn is how to enhance your enterprise digital performance, which we'll see now the evolution of organizations. There's a slide we'll be looking at as we go down my presentation, where we'll see what are the performance levels of enterprises. Because as I mentioned earlier, individuals would want to perform at a level of being a digital entrepreneur, and organizations should also be able to aim and evolve to become digital enterprises in this digital economy. Let me move on to my next slide. Right, so I'd like to start off with looking at strategic alignment. Strategic alignment is key to any transformation, especially your digital transformation. Strategic alignment basically is an area where you look at to be able to align your IT and business strategies if in an organization. Or even for a startup, you should be able to align your IT and business strategies. These must be merged together to form what we call a digital business strategy, where it is it's an evolution of a corporate strategy that considers, the digital economy and all the tools and emerging technologies that are disrupting business, and be able to actually apply these from the top of the organization and all the way down to the bottom of the organization. So in starting off at digital business strategy level, a key thing to note is the people in the organization or a digital entrepreneur should have what we call a digital vision and culture. For a strategy to work, CEOs should be able to be the ones that drive this alignment from the top going down to the bottom of the organization. And CEOs must be able to own and direct what we call a digital agenda, personally, from the top going down. With this support from the top going down, then the digital business strategy will be successful and be pushed down to now the business functions, which are your business departments. And the objectives of each business department must also feed off of the digital business strategy. And at that level, each business function can choose what strategic digital assets out of the emerging technologies that are there, whether it's your social media, mobility, analytics, cloud computing, not to limit to that, but as well as looking at blockchain, artificial intelligence, machine learning, and whatever is available, and whatever makes sense to the business function and whatever industry they may be in. So having a digital vision and culture will actually drive this culture of innovation and be able to then drive business functions to actually go into do what is called digital business design, where you have business models and value propositions that will drive better process enhancements and better ways of working and providing services and products for the business. After modeling and having chosen strategic digital assets from the SMAC suite, your social media analytics cloud suite, you will be able to then execute these, in the organization. Because strategy and execution needs to happen simultaneously in a feedback loop. So from having a design, then the projects at the bottom of the pyramid will then be implemented. You will have your digital transformation projects, which will then reinvent your business processes that are from your digital business design. And then this will enable more effective ways of working. And in the middle of it all, we have the operations, where we have our people. The people will be driving all the way, all the business functions, design, and projects. And basically, once this is achieved from the bottom up, you will actually then see business value that will be derived from these projects, these digital transformation projects. And an evolution of business will become, the business will become a digital business, a digital enterprise. So strategic alignment, as I mentioned, is quite key in digital transformation. Whether we understand what it is, we must also understand how digital transformation should also be, should come about. We have, at the Institute of Digital Business Strategy, we have what we call a digital business model. This digital business model has 6 key steps that talk to the slide that I had before. So the first step would be adopting a digital culture and accepting that digital disruption is with us and is not going anywhere. So with that acceptance comes innovation and acceptance by everyone individually, whether you are in an organization or are a digital entrepreneur. With that acceptance, now you would be able to then now drive your strategy and have a vision as to how you actually want to execute business in a digital economy. Second step will then be how to merge your business and IT strategies. With your vision and culture that you have, you then be able to then merge your IT and business strategies and then have one digital business strategy which incorporates both of these strategies. And from there, this can be driven down to the third step where you actually create your digital value propositions and business models. To be able to then move to the fourth step and realign your business model, which will then also then allow you to feed into the fifth step where you can have an organized value models, where you would actually be offering your customers value from having a fully aligned digital business model, which leverages your digital tools. So these digital tools are your emerging technologies which you can apply in your various industries. And then these allow you to actually get closer to your customer and provide value to your customer. And then, the last step would be to be able to then launch new products in a faster manner, due to the enhanced and plug and play nature of these technologies that you can actually leverage, in operating. So this actually makes digital transformation easy, and implementing these 6 steps is very practical and rewarding. So now that we have looked at how we can actually use digital transformation, let us briefly explore digital performance levels in an enterprise. Starting from the bottom, in red, you actually have level 1, which is your lowest level of your digital performance in a digital economy. Level 1 speaks to most or where we were before digital disruption occurred. Most enterprises were, not monetizing, the use of social media, mobility, analytics, or cloud in the organization. And basically, at that level, you actually see that there's no clear vision for, digital business. So to move from there, you would actually have to move up, to level 2, where we saw, I think this was also quite also evident and present in most organizations, where at level 2, only functional or business function departments, 1 or 2 departments were the ones who were actually using digital or IT tools. At that level, basically, we were using, the web and internet, to extend relationships. A business would have a website and basically just show a presence and offer products on a web page and not really actually communicate or engage customers, on a two-way communication level. So it is best for an organization to actually move up the performance level, where you would actually move up to level 3, where now utilization of web and internet, you define and software systems becomes a little bit more key in the business, and digital is used for improving internal and external business processes. Most businesses would be using enterprise resource planning systems, ERP systems, and software, to be able to run the business operations at this level. Now, here's where it gets interesting, where these businesses start moving up to another level 4, where you actually relook at your business model and start actually using digital technologies and and emerging technologies to be able to derive customer value and to be able to extend your businesses using these tools. So you would see a business here connecting with potential customers and business and things. So In that, you would already see that in these business models, you're starting to look at IoT, you're starting to look at mobility, you're starting to look at social media, you're starting to look at analytics to be able to see how can I actually capture the market and have potential customers, and connectivity of things, actually to actually collect data to speak back to your business, such that you can actually use this data to improve your business, your business model, and fine tune it, and then eventually evolve into what is the top level, which is a digital enterprise. And at this level, this is basically where a business is actually maximizing a business model through the fourth industrial revolution technologies and emerging technologies. So the ultimate goal is to become a digital entrepreneur or enterprise at the top, where you would be able to swiftly utilize these technologies and be able to launch your products at a faster rate using and exploiting digital tools. So at the end of the day, enterprises should actually be moving up and performing at the top level. That is the evolution that is going to be required for us to survive in this digital economy. I'm going to move on to themes for digital era strategy teams. So mentioned earlier, individuals, whether we are talking of enterprises or whether we are talking about digital entrepreneurs, we should have and understand themes of the digital era. And when we apply our strategy, we should be able to understand that we need to have a transformative digital culture, which will drive innovation and be able to have creativity and solution finding, and also have divergent thinking to be able to apply emerging technologies in our areas of operation. So as an individual, definitely culture and a way of thinking, a new way of thinking is needed. When it comes to strategic planning on the left, we should also have tactics for meeting business goals and objectives. We should be able to understand, and understand disruption and be comfortable with being uncomfortable. And once that is part of the planning, then you can also become a disruptor in any industry. And then on the right, if we look at digital performance, we need to also see what the planning and operations are in our businesses, and how to make a digital plan, how to operate, how to monitor and track value, which is key, because digital transformation is not all about the technology, but it's also about why you need to employ the technology and what is the value that can be captured. Are you gaining more customers? Are you gaining more market share? Are you sharing value as well with your partners? Your suppliers. Are you sharing value with them? Are you able to capture new offerings and new products through this? So these questions and how you actually capture the value are key. They go into measuring your digital performance, and then basically looking at why you should actually invest in digital transformation. And that is also built up by the last theme there, where we look at digital business modeling. So this looks at the technical capabilities. This is now looking at what tools you should actually apply after you actually know the value that you want to capture and what you're actually going after. Then the technology will come, and then you should be able to exploit what we call digital business accelerators, which will accelerate your business to success. So yeah, these are themes for digital era, when actually teams and people are coming together to be able to exploit digital transformation. On the next slide, we are now going to look at digital transformation business accelerators, and basically just touch on the benefits or the value, the business benefits that can be derived from them. So we do have the foundation SMAC suite, which is your social media, mobility analytics, cloud, and also including IoT. Sometimes it's also referred to as SMACT, SMAC&T, including Internet of Things. But this is your basic foundation of digital tools that are on offer. Or that are out there in the industry, but it is not limited to these five emerging technologies, because we also have blockchain, we also have artificial intelligence, we also have augmented reality that can also be leveraged in business, and so forth. But we can just have a look at these starting foundation, because when we came into the digital economy, these were the ones that were our starting foundation. So these can be used in combinations, and basically what we are talking about, or why we are here at the Data Convergence Summit, is because data plays a very big role and is central to all business and acceleration. Data has been there and collected throughout the time of the computing age. But what we see now is improvements of processing power, of an ability to be able to analyze data. So yeah, we will be talking about big data very soon. Let me start off with social media, where I actually just also included social media and artificial intelligence, where we see convergence of two digital or emerging technologies. Just to give an example to show that when social media or your Facebook and your Facebook pages, Instagram, and so forth are used by businesses, or in the public or private sector, you can also incorporate artificial AI bots to be able to capture customer engagement and loyalty, and run those pages 24 hours and be able to get engagement on a customer if they go onto your Facebook and have a query about a product or service. So with this, with these emerging technologies and applying, AI bots, this allows for greater loyalty and engagement through social media. The next one we look at is mobility. Mobility, your mobile apps are being applied in various industries, especially at during 2020, where we saw retailers using mobile apps to be able to provide supply to customers of retail goods, and provide last mile delivery to households instead of them having to visit the supermarkets physically. So with this, the advantage and business value that you see here is bringing customers closer and giving your customers a better user experience. The advantages of ordering your groceries. I've done it quite a number of times. The advantages of ordering your groceries online and having it delivered is that you do not have to go out, you do not have to queue up. Your payment is handled online, because your mobility also offers after your selection of foods or drinks, you can be able to then use payment gateways to pay by your card and so forth. And so, yeah, it does give a different user experience, and basically, it's very convenient. The next business accelerator to look at is your big data analytics, because big data is all about analytics. And then with the modern efficiencies that can be gained through, analysis through business intelligence, predictive analytics and so forth. A business can actually benefit, from actually having specific data and aggregates of data that you need to actually make better business decisions about whether it is your forecasting and ordering for demand, or whether it is basically also for like maintenance, depending on what industry it is. For example, like in manufacturing, you would be able to have predictive analytics, drive your preventative maintenance on machinery and so forth. So this looks at also, this is actually driving the fourth industrial revolution and Industry 4.0. Okay, then the next digital accelerator is your cloud computing. So your cloud computing, if it's married to, this is now married to your big data, and basically this is where you actually host services that, also married to mobile devices where, you can host and access data and offerings on your mobile, from your mobile app, and also store data to be able to, to store data to be able to do your analysis and business intelligence from it. This also offers a reduction in investment of on-premise machinery and servers and so forth. A business or an individual can actually store their data on the cloud. Even for us individually, our mobile phones, whether we're using our Android or Apple phones, we actually store our pictures, photos, files, and everything on the cloud. This has actually become quite affordable, as costs are being lowered, with the event of digital disruption and a lot of service providers coming into the industries. So so there is what is seen as an exponential rise in processing power, storage capacities, and networking capabilities. And also, this drives the next business accelerator, which is your Internet of Things, where you have multiple connected devices sending and receiving data in different industries. This, married with big data analytics, becomes very powerful. And also married with cloud, where you can actually now have increased storage capacities, whereas in the past, 10 years ago, you would be able to just collect the data, but then storing it was a challenge. Server sizes and storage was an issue there. But now, with the emerging technologies of cloud computing, we see that this has resulted in increased usage of Internet of Things. And we also are seeing lowering of costs for sensors and microchips, cameras, you name it. And then, this has driven IoT as well now to be able to be leveraged in business very efficiently, I must say. So the last pillar that we have there is business benefits. We should be able to understand, if we use these digital accelerators, why we are using them and why we want to use them in our day-to-day business, or why, if I'm a digital entrepreneur, why would I want to create a mobile app? Am I getting any value from it? Am I capturing customers? Am I sharing value with my suppliers? Am I reducing my costs? Am I increasing my market share? Am I decreasing my time to market and offerings and such, And basically, also, am I catering for my future customers' needs? Because it's all about, being able to satisfy your customers. So it is quite interesting to have these, and these actually will, leveraging these emerging technologies. This gives businesses and individuals, advantage in the digital era. So now that we have looked at the whole suite of digital tools and assets, we can go back and drill down a little bit further to look at Internet of Things and big data and where they converge. So the Internet of Things is basically, a host of devices, whether it is your sensors or mobile phones, cameras, microchips, you name it, all having connectivity to the internet. This provides, a collection of data across multiple industries, whether you're in retailing, manufacturing, energy, transportation, logistics, mining, or even importantly as well, healthcare. IoT allows, interconnectivity and collection and sharing of data with each other. This data now, as it is stored in the cloud, and application of big data and analysis of it will actually is seen to be benefiting different industries. One industry that is close to my heart is the agriculture industry. The agriculture industry is very key for us here in Africa, as we have many farming households. Being able to use agricultural sensors to be able to collect data and increase yields for farmers, this is very key and important here in Africa. You can have sensors that are placed in your soil to enable a farmer to be able to track, acid levels, temperatures, moisture levels, to be able to provide information for inputs, fertilizers, which are like your fertilizers, your level of seed, level of pesticides, and so forth, to be able to get a better yield in agriculture. But we will describe that in the last slide that I have. That shows a practical example that is being applied, in here in Africa. But let us just have a summary and see what we are talking about in terms of IoT. So key driver to having IoT and big data converge is that basically, number one, the digital economy is data driven. As we know, the collection of data has been happening in the past 20, 30 years. So, ever since the advent of computing, but being able to then now sift through the sea of data and be able to pick and classify, very few things that are key to drive industries and businesses, and better, even better communities, is very key. So we must be able to leverage this data, and that is done with our big data and analytics. Another key point for IoT is the combination of machine-to-machine sensors and devices, all connected to the cloud. Again, the storage capacity of the cloud comes into play. That is very important to note, that we also have convergence with data, and being able to access the data real time and quickly is also very key. And an important factor to consider under IoT and big data. So and then the third aspect to look at for IoT and big data convergence is also the combination of other technologies such as machine learning, which can drive this classification of data, where we're looking for very few things in a sea of a lot of things, that the data that has been collected, so we can actually make use of data. So IoT has the capability of merging the physical and the virtual worlds, and then create value through these efficiencies of big data analytics, and then also provide transparency in the value chain. and then also provide, transform business processes and real-time access to data to create value in different industries. Let's have a look at some IoT use cases in different industries. We do have sensors that in agriculture that can be placed to be able to track acidity levels, temperatures, and other variables. I am working on a project in the agriculture sector, which is specifically to the honey bee sector. Where we have what we call smart hives that have hives that have sensors to monitor bee behavior, and we are actually benefiting from being able to understand how the bees are behaving and be able to provide data and information that can actually be used to be able to maintain hive bee health. As well, there are examples of other digital ecosystems that are being used, off of IoT, which is your connected crop solutions, which is a platform, cloud-hosted platform that collects data from IoT sensors that are in the field that provide farmer information and farm land use and information for individual farmers to be able to link farmers to agriculture, into the agriculture value chain and agriculture input suppliers. So there's a company called Vodacom, and as well as Accenture, which is well known. They offer platforms, that connect farmers and utilize IoT sensors in this manner. Mining, I'll just briefly talk about minings. Mining has been using these sensors, IoT sensors, for a long time, a long period, where, in the mining operation, you can actually detect methane levels and rock movements and improve worker safety. Because detection of poisonous gases, leakages is also very key there, and that also drives workplace safety. In manufacturing, we also have smart sensors and real-time plant monitoring, where this is used, for preventative maintenance, making sure that machines do not break down. IoT sensors can actually sense to say, oh, okay, no, this conveyor belt is actually out of alignment or out of sync, or a certain bearing might be losing its grip or something. Just practical examples that I can think of in manufacturing. These sensors can actually send messages and alerts to prevent catastrophes in factories. Utilities also been key, where we see even here in Africa, local municipalities are using internet-connected smart meters. These smart meters, measure household utility. This provides an advantage and value where it can also monitor usage of electricity and be able to bring down electricity usage in certain areas. And also be able to send warnings or alerts to the households as well on the utility usage. And and also we see retail industry also uses IoT sensors. The modern usage that we see there is your shelf and product sensors, where it, like for example, if you have a certain product in the fridges that are in the supermarkets, it can actually measure the weight of the products. If products is finishing on the shelf or on that in that refrigerator, a weight is actually reduced, and then this can actually trigger a message, to be able to say that no, we need restocking in a certain fridge or aisle or shelf, which is quite interesting. And this also just to be able to enables the retailers to push their stock. Yeah, so basically, I mean, various industries use IoT sensors. This is not limited or exhaustive or an exhaustive list. And yeah, this was derived from Dion Lindenberg, who is a managing executive at the Internet of Things at Vodacom. I just wanted to share this in this presentation. I think from here, we can finish off by having a look at the usage of the Accenture Connected Crop Solution for smallholder farmers in rural agriculture. I'll just go through the steps of the Accenture platform that they offered. So they host this cloud-hosted advisory system for farmers in the rural areas, where on step number 1 at the top, you have an agro input company be able to put their product information. So these agro input companies, we're looking at like fertilizer suppliers, pesticide suppliers, seed suppliers, even machinery, machinery suppliers, whether they're supplying tractors or whatever various machinery in the farming sector. They can input their products and offering on information on the cloud advisory system. And then step two and three, between the field agents, which are your extension fields services providers from these companies that go out and give farmers advice on how to actually farm the different crops in different areas. These field agents support the farmers in the farming, and they take the details of the farmers, and also take the soil samples in step 4, and then they upload this information and take the soil sample to a soil lab, where the test results are put into the cloud hosted system. And in that ecosystem now, the agro input company can actually analyze the farmer's information, and then in step 5, the system through the system provide the field agents with personalized advice and nutrients and pesticide use for the farmer. So the field agent would go back, whether he's holding a tablet or a smartphone, with this accessing the system in the cloud, and go back to the farmer and be able to report to say, the results of your soil lab sample say that you should use this pesticide, use this nutrients, and best crop to put down is this and that. So this actually, provides this what we call digital ecosystem, where there's value that is going to be derived for all the parties that are involved, and this is very good. We also have sensors that are put in the ground that I mentioned earlier, that also will be feeding back data to this cloud-hosted advisory system. Yeah, and then the field agent is able to then provide personalized advice and demonstrate how products are applied, even using videos and other tools that are hosted on that system in the 6th step. And then once this is done and the farmer has put into the ground during the season, field agent, in step 7, during the season, the field agent can track and upload the farmer status, crop yields, pest trends, and all this. And all this information, as it goes back into the cloud, it provides a basis for for reports and productivity and analyzing purchasing behavior, to feed back into sales effectiveness. And once this is hosted and we have this this information, the next season will actually be more precise. And then you have what we call your precision agriculture, where there's reduction of wastages, and inputs are known, and what is needed is also precise. Yeah, so that brings me down to the bottom of the slide, where we say what are the benefits. So the agro input company then will have an increased farmer coverage of farmers in the rural area, and then also the sales become more effective. The farmer itself in the middle has an increased yield. That's a happy farmer right there. And then also understands what the land is and what the best crop and what is the best nutrients that is needed and what is the best techniques for pest management, whilst accessing the information from the field agent or this hosted system, depending on if the farmer has got a digital phone or smartphone, or but basically the agent acts as the interface between the system and the farmer there to be able to get these benefits going. And yeah, benefits of the field agent, again, his job performance is increased. He has information at his fingertips, and there is income and satisfaction for all of these three parties. And so basically, this is one of the systems that benefits Africa. So yeah, that brings my presentation to an end. Thank you very much for listening, and yeah, it's a pleasure presenting to you.
Yeah, thank you, Albert, for joining our Data Convergence Summit 2020 and sharing your valuable experiences and use cases, and also how the South African market is going. Definitely, your suggestions and advices will help the entire industry and SME and MSME market to give a value out of it. Thank you once again, Albert.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Albert.
Thank you.
Okay, so our next is about panel discussion. I would like to invite Lakshmi as a panel member, and also Rami Salem from Middle East, and also Swap as our panel members. The topic as of today is about the role of data in Industry 4.0 and digital transformation for small and micro enterprises and micro SMEs, challenges and opportunities.
Thanks, Vijay.
Thanks, Swap. Hi, Lakshmi.
Hello, Vijay. How are you?
Nice to see you.
Hi, Vijay.
Thank you, Ramesh, for welcome to the topic for today.
Hi, Vijay.
Yes, I can hear you. So, as said, right, the topic is about main on the digital transformation industry 4.0 and the role for SMEs and MSMEs, the challenges and opportunities. So, let me give you a little bit intro about Lakshmi, who are the panel members, or Rami, and then Swap. So, and then we can get into the discussion points. Okay.
Sure.
So about Lakshmi, Lakshmi is the co-founder and CEO of Nishbi Techno Solutions, a niche provider of business consulting, digital transformation services to manufacturing industries. Over the last 2 decades, he has worked with large, small customers, providing consulting on ERP and advanced planning and scheduling. Welcome, Lakshmi, to Data Convergence Summit 2020. We're happy to you be a part of our DCS 2020 and of the panel discussion.
Thank you, Vijay, and congratulations for the second consecutive DCS Summit 2020. You guys are doing an awesome job. Thanks a lot for inviting me.
Nice to hear, Lakshmi, from you. So now coming to Rami. Rami is a founder of GroundGates from Turkey. Been more than 25 plus years of experience in retail, business, ERP, and BI solutions implementation. Welcome to our top panel discussion, Rami.
Thank you, Vijay. Thank you.
Yes. So our last panel member is Swap. Swap is an AI and blockchain working on global engagements. Welcome, Swap, to the panel topic discussion.
Thanks, Vijay.
Yeah, so coming into the topics of today's topic, as we are discussing, the current pandemic has brought new changes, new business norm, the industry 4.0, which we are talking, and the digital transformation initiatives. So we have seen the trend from industry 1 to 3, 2, 3, and 4, which we are talking about right now, more of the digitization and the digital transformation. And you also know, right, we are slowly moving into industry 5.0, which is more of personalization. We are talking about robots, cobots, and such things like that. And the topic is more on the micro SMEs, and there are a lot of challenges and opportunities. Now they want to demystify that, and then we are here. The panel members based on your experiences. We would like to hear, the audience would like to hear, what are your experiences there. So Lakshmi, what I will try to do, I'll go with you first, and then I'll go to Rami, and then I'll go to Swab, and then we can exchange our ideas and thoughts on that. So my first question to Lakshmi is, Lakshmi, can you share some of your digital transformation initiatives?
Okay, so see, what we are trying to do here is that in terms of understanding, most of the customers, when we really go and talk to them, the challenge that the digital transformation, when it comes to it, they always approach from the fact is that it's from the solution perspective or a technology perspective. So what we try to do with our customer is not to start with the technology per se, but trying to see from why they need to go in for a digital transformation and what kind of a problem that they need to address. Because to us, the digital transformation is all about, it's a kind of a multi-year a strategic journey to build the competitive advantage. So the competitive advantage could be from the perspective of it could be like in terms of increasing the revenue, or decreasing the cost of production, or increasing the product quality. So these are some of the key areas that the small and medium industries or micro industries need to start focusing on. So the solution comes as a last mile connectivity as an enabler with respect to leveraging the digital technology, but they also need to think transformation as a multi-year journey where they need to see how they can reimagine how they can add value to those industries. So how we work with our customers and what kind of initiatives we took is that whenever there is a customer who comes, and then when we go and talk about the digital transformation, it always starts with, why do you want to transform, and then what kind of a problems, and what is the kind of external environment that they are in, and then they are changing. It's not just about it. Let me take an example. This is always majority of the time when we go to the customer, it also so happens that they would like to see that, okay, I want to really focus on that small minuscule of their particular issue to be solved. Well, that is very key, but they also need to see what is happening in the environment. Like for example, what happened is that, just if I have to tell a practical story that has happened about 20 years back, these Japanese consumer electronics manufacturers like Sony, Toshiba, Panasonic, they're all very innovative companies. They brought a lot of innovative products and many new groundbreaking products in their heydays as such. And they're very much future oriented, but their focus was building on their product better in terms of focusing on the hardware. While post 2000, the whole thing shifted from hardware to software development, and also a new kind of a business model like a app ecosystem and things like that. So both the software development as well as the app ecosystem were mastered by companies like Apple and uh, Samsung, and which made the traditional Japanese consumer electronic companies kind of redundant as such. So they are trying to now reinvent and then catch the thing. So the question is not just about to look inward, but also to see that how their environment is changing, and then what kind of a signal they are receiving. So our objective on digital transformation initiative is, while focusing on solving the current problem which can give that operational improvement, at the same time also to see what are the growth opportunity they should look beyond, and then see how they can grow. So that's how we want to know, we do the initiatives with some of our customers, Vijay.
Thanks, Lakshmi, for sharing detailed insights. I'm shifting gears to Rami. Rami, can you share? I know Lakshmi has shared a fantastic digital transformation journey. So, right, to have a digital transformation roadmap or journey, right, we need to have the digital skills. And then, right, you coming from the Middle East countries, and how do you see? Like, what type of digital skills are required for, especially for, again, small and micro enterprises and medium enterprises? And what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, actually, the problem in the Middle East is education actually is based on educating people on, on the things that they will need to do, or it emphasizes actually more on productive, professions. let's say everybody's looking to be an engineer, or everybody's looking to be a doctor, or, so actually the guidance to the new generations to be able to cope with the future is not there. I mean, the advantages or the, let's say, the guidance from either the sector, or from the governments, or from the institutions, is not there to drive the young generation who are being educated in universities to look for the future in the terms of not only the technology. I'm talking about the convergence or the mixing of technology together with the science. So when we are talking about artificial intelligence, when we are talking about a blockchain, data science, actually, I couldn't see any place where they are, yes, teaching this separate and teaching this separate, or educating it in different, let's say, specializations, but couldn't find the right composition of these required, let's say, knowledge that will be able to build the skills that will match with the future requirements in the data convergence, or in being able to use this for the better future of the society in the Middle East.
Uh, Thanks, Rami. Swap, what are your thoughts?
Well, Vijay, I think with what Rami and Lakshmi kind of mentioned, I think uh, the way of thinking about reskilling or skilling, in these emerging technologies, one of the first things they would have to understand, I guess, is to think from a data bias, not from a technology bias. I think that is what probably would be the starting point. If we really look at the intrinsic aspects of each of these emerging technologies, for example, IoT, edge computing, machine learning, AI, blockchain, I think the fulcrum happens to be data. So I think it's all about how you start sourcing data, how you start, once you get the data, what you do with it, right? So that's when the analytics comes in. um, you know how can you rethink or reimagine automation in terms of machine and human interoperability? That's what we do with AI. Similarly, I think the world is moving slowly towards, as you mentioned, robotics, and there would be the industry 5.0 would be more about these cyber physical systems coexisting with humans. Now there is a lot of myths that maybe some of the jobs would be taken over by robots and so on, but actually it's not going to be the case. I think the future is going to be more like, there would be more jobs that these robotics and these cognitive sciences would actually bring in. And I think the pivot happens to be how you look at identifying a starting point, because according to me, each of these stacks, while they are interrelated, they're pretty modular as well. So I think we have to really understand from the MSME standpoint, what should be the starting point. Do we start right at the data sourcing level, or we start engaging more from a data aggregation level? So I think these would be some of these components, how we can start imagining these technology stacks overall. But I think the pivot has to be data. I mean, that's my view on it.
Yeah, thanks, Swap, for sharing your views. Lakshmi, my next question is about the COVID has changed the. We went into the new business norm, that. So now the MSMEs and SMEs should go into the digitization or digital transformation. But there is a myth; it's not for us, or like it's very costly. Can you demystify that? I know, right? It's people want to know about how to go to the adoption of digital transformation, especially for SMEs and MSMEs.
Sure, sure. I would share this with a very simple real story which has happened in Africa. Okay, see, as you know that because it will be very easy to talk from that, because the technology is not complex, rather than how we need to approach from a problem-solving approach is very key. So as you know that worldwide, millions of people across the world are blind and visually impaired. And as per the research, it says that 80% of them are treatable and preventable per se. And developed nations has a lot of facilities, because with respect to testing, with respect to nutrition, and so many things per se. However, think about a place like Africa, where the places, where the country is so vast, and then each settlement is of, pretty much, separated apart. So in that kind of a places where they have a huge challenge in terms of addressing this, how do we address this visual impairment and how to treat them, and for them to take over and have the people come to the clinic and then have it tested is always a very complex and then time consuming process, and by the time they lose a precious time. So how did, there is one person who saw this as a complex issue, but also how they can use these digital technologies to solve it. And the Dr. Anthony Bastrovas, his name is, and then he came out with a very, very simple add-on using a mobile technology, a simple mobile phone, and each mobile phone today comes with a very good camera. And he put a small add-on which has a software and a small hardware which basically captures what is the eyesight parameters, and these, whatever the test that is done at the clinic, the same thing can be replicated through this small add-on on top of the mobile. And he calls it as a portable eye care examination kit. It's called Peak. And with that, he was able to give it to us. Even a local people have that being used on top of the mobile, and they are able to do that eye testing, and then get the data being used. And then with, when they get a mobile signal, they are able to upload it in their cloud server. So very, very simple approach to solve a very complex problem. And if you really see from the MSME point of view, they don't really need a very complex technologies or complex thought process for to go into an innovation and also adapt digital. It's all about see what's happening around them and what kind of a problem that they face. And most of the time what happens is that these micro and small and medium industries, the challenge is that they are so much stuck with their day-to-day priorities that they are not able to think about what they should do next, though they are very innovative and also entrepreneurial in nature, and that's why they started these companies per se. But however, these day-to-day priority takes over, and then over a period of time they forget what is the real priority. So if you are able to break those vicious circle and then think about what's happening around them and innovate at the edge, and seeing that how they can use these available technologies to, in India we call this as jugaad, but then that frugal innovation with identifying small problems to be solved, and if they are able to take it to their customers, they have a much, much better opportunity to adapt themselves to this digital era and then grow exponentially. And that's my perspective as to how they should be thinking about digitalization and transformation, Vijay.
Fantastic, Lashmi, for sharing the use case. I think it's not only Africa. I think it should be global, right? I think countries like India also should need that, because we have more and more MSMEs and SMEs, and the need of the day. So I can give you a fantastic example, right? Because I come from the energy utilities background, and I have I'm talking about more on the energy efficiency techniques. I think the government of India, under the Bureau of Energy Efficiency, they're taking a lot of initiatives from the SMEs and MSMEs to save power, right? For example, either the industries or the machinery or whatever it is. So they were looking at some kind of a digital transformation using an IoT solutions where they can capture the load, and then they can save some money out of that, right? So that's, I think, right, like this, as you rightly said, right, a small kind of storylines or implementations will leverage to a bigger digital transformation initiatives.
Very
Thanks, Lakshmi, for sharing that.
well.
So Rami, my next question is about, I know, yeah, we are talking about a lot of use cases, right? We want
Yes.
to hear from you, from your mouth also, right? How do you see these use cases from your perspective?
Yeah, actually, yeah, there was lots of use cases I've seen here. Actually, one of the things that I like always to think about and talk about is the livestock management. That is the farms of live animals. Okay, so of course, in these type of farms, I've seen lots of problems happening due to lack of information on the health of the animals, the live animals. Now, for example, if you want to know if there is a problem, you will only see it when a big problem happens, when a cow's fall down, for example, or it reduces producing milk, or it infected. At that time, it have already actually infected the other animals around it, if it's a virus or a bacteria or any type of disease. Or it will be too late to rescue that animal if it's already the sickness is already severe. What I was talking always about, and the study case that we have made, the use case we have worked on, is to use IoT actually as a provider of data about the animal itself individually in the farm. So it can, for example, check for the temperature. It can provide live data of temperature, movement, heartbeats, chewing regularity for that animal. All this data, when it comes, it can be, of course, classified, understood, and according to this, if any changes or any happens to the new data that comes against the collected data through the period of time, this means that this animal have a problem. It's either it's instead of chewing, for example, 1,000 times a day, it's chewing 500 times or 800 times. Temperature increases or decreases, blood pressure increases or decreases. With all of these data, you can find out the problem immediately without waiting or just because you don't have the visibility until this animal becomes really sick. This is, and also with the use at the late stage after that collection of data with artificial intelligence, it can give you, it can be a guidance for you to what the next process is, how we can get this problem immediately and try to solve it. Isolate that animal if it's something contagious or, it's a matter of being able to identify the problems before it spreads and finding the best solution to get the right medicine or process to cure that animal so it keeps its productivity and save your capital.
Thanks, Rami, for sharing a livestock example. And then, Swap, any thoughts you want to add on?
No. I think it's really nice to hear different
Yes.
kind of use cases. I think what Lakshmi mentioned, taking an image, trying to apply AI and try to find out could be the some causal problems. Similarly, I think what Rami mentioned, taking the IoT data and kind of analyzing it maybe on the edge to try and get instant anomalies like in the chewing patterns and other things. So what he was mentioning. So I think this is really interesting phase, I would say, in terms of how we kind of look at data from different perspective. And like I mentioned, I think it's a modular approach. And I think one point that Lakshmi kind of emphasized on is how do we keep all of this data thinking simple. I think what we tend to do is, we try to imagine things from a very complicated architecture standpoint. But I guess if we kind of envision this from a business problem standpoint, and then try to append in terms of understanding what data is available, what is not, what are the metrics that are required in terms of analyzing some key factorials. I think these would basically make the data thinking process, or what we call it as data design thinking, that much more meaningful and that much more simple. I think that should be probably the way I think most MSMEs should ideally look to approach these kind of real world problems from a data bias. I think that's my conclusion, I guess.
Thanks, Swap. So I would like to ask a final question to all the panel members. Everyone, so what piece of advice you want to share to SMEs and MSMEs in a post-pandemic era in the adoption of digital transformation? Lakshmi, starts with you.
Okay, thanks, Vijay. Thanks for this question. I would say that as one of the key thing is that data is everywhere, and they don't really need to look at things from a complexity perspective. When not just post-pandemic as such. So what I would say is that as we go through this transformation of digital transformation, it's not happening overnight. This is not just, this pandemic has accelerated, as many people have communicated. So when they really need to go beyond that, and then when they really look at it, things are not going to be the same. There will be a new normal. Now, irrespective of the new normal, the fundamentals of the business remains the same, which is one, which is with respect to how they can grow the revenue. Second, how they can reduce the cost of production. And third, how they can improve the product quality. These are the three, especially the last two, which is reducing the cost and making sure that the product quality is better, which can actually help them to increase the revenue. Now, these are the two aspects when they really see that what are the existing problems are there, and what kind of value that the customer is ready to pay for these kind of product cost reduction, and as well as the quality improvement, in combination or in isolation, based on the type of the market and type of the problem that they solve, and then apply the digital technologies to see how they can achieve those objectives. And if they can follow this simple formula, they will be able to achieve. And today the knowledge is available, readily available, and everybody is connected, and people just need to talk to each other. And that's where our vision of linking millions of SMEs in India to the global experts comes into play. We are very much happy to help them in terms of realizing their full potential. So as I would also like to quote one of the respected management consultant, John Hagel's word here is that the future will be where the environment will be where we all can realize our potential, which is much, much more than what exists today. So I believe that digital transformation can help them in terms of realizing each MSME's full potential and help them grow exponentially. And that's what is my thought process on this subject, Vijay.
Nice to hear, Lakshmi. So, Rami, what is what from Middle East perspective? What are your thoughts?
Yes, nice explanation, Lakshmi. Actually, in the Middle East, what Lakshmi have said is very valuable. What I see here in the Middle East, if the sectors, the economical sectors, well, any sector, do not follow or do not start with the digital transformation and trying to catch up with the world as soon as possible, it is, I cannot see they can compete in the future, or they can, reduce their wastages of production in every in every sector type. It's a very important thing. Cost should not be the reason that will prevent them from starting, because actually these things do not compare with cost. It compares with the future potentials that will come out after they start seeing the results actually of that convergence, or understanding, as we many times explained, data analysis, coming out with the solutions for their productions, minimizing the wastages. This all depends on digitalizing the data and being able to read it properly and understand it, and be ready to take the necessary actions in able to optimize the production of what they have.
Thanks, Rami. Finally, Swap, before we conclude, we want to hear from you.
Yeah, so I think it's very simple. I think we have to look at data, and as a cultural shift. I think MSMEs who are not really looking at digital transformation should actually look at digital transformation. There is a lot of myth that a lot of jobs are going to go away due to automation, due to robots, and so on. But if it is true to a certain extent, it is also not true, because there is a lot of opportunities that are going to come up, and if you really have to kind of capitalize on those kind of opportunities, I think you need to start with your data thinking. You need to start looking at business problems, understanding the pain areas from a data perspective, right? And then try to append these emerging stacks in terms of IoT, AI, and things will become a lot simpler. So I think that is going to be more or less how people can look at approaching this. I think in the post COVID, or in the future, in terms of data world, I guess, and data thinking.
Thanks, Swap, for sharing your views here. Let me summarize our panel discussion as of today. It started with Lakshmi, right? He has shared a very fantastic and beautiful explanation how digital transformation, what kind of digital transformation are needed for the SMEs and MSMEs market, and also he has shared how to demystify the adoption and implementation, and finally his piece of advice how to go forward for the implementation scenarios. And coming to Rami has given the fantastic introduction and explanation of the digital skills needed for the implementations of the digital transformation industry 4.0 initiatives for SMEs and MSMEs, and also use cases. Yeah, Lakshmi also shared a very fantastic use case, followed by Rami and also Swap. And a final conclusion coming to Swap. Swap shared the different skill sets required and also his advices. Thanks all for joining us for this DCS 2020 panel discussion. Welcome, and then we want you to be followed by our next DCS summit also. We would like to invite and then share your valuable suggestions and experience to us.
Thank you.
Pleasure.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
Vijay.
Thanks for the
It was a
opportunity.
pleasure.
Thank you all. Thank you all.
Bye bye.
Yeah. So our next session is about from Rami. Rami will be sharing his speaker presentation. Rami, can we start now?
Just give me like 2 minutes or 3 minutes. It's
Yes.
okay.
It's okay. Yeah, we can start to the audience. We'll start in another 5 minutes. We'll take a break of 5 minutes, and we'll
Okay.
be back. We'll be back. It's 1:22. We'll be back at 1:30. So we'll have a 8 minutes break, and we'll start at 1:30. So
Okay, great.
yeah, you can take so to the audience who are listening live, who are being a part of the panel session. After this we'll break for a lunch for half an hour, so it starts from 1:30 to 2, and I'm talking about the IST timings. So we'll have a break for half an hour, so we'll back after that. We'll have more exciting speaker sessions and one more panel discussion, which is a very fantastic. Don't miss that. I can say that, right? We'll be getting the experts, and they'll be sharing some more like what Lakshmi and Rami and Swap shared. We'll have one more exciting panel discussion, and followed by a woman entrepreneur sharing her experiences, how data and entrepreneurship should combine, and then finally we'll come to the conclusion. So stay tuned with our DCS 2020, and we'll have more exciting news on that. Hello. Rami,
Yes,
you can share the
yes, Vijay. Yes,
presentation.
yes. I'll. Is it audible now?
Yes.
Is it visible?
Yes. 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 Absolutely
Okay.
perfect.
Okay, good. Okay.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Rami sir,
Yeah.
let me introduce you about you, and then you can take over from me. We are coming up with one more exciting session from Rami from Middle East. We have already given the introduction as part of our panel discussion. Now he'll be sharing about the topic data science and beyond. So Rami sir, it's over to you.
Thank you, Vijay. Good afternoon, everybody. Let me introduce myself again. My name is Rami. I'm the founder of Crown Gates in Istanbul, Turkey. It is actually the company is interested, or it's doing the data transformation and trying to expose to the Middle East market that is missing lots of opportunities nowadays due to such science that is not yet explored efficiently in the region. When I'm thinking about the future of the Middle East and the things that we are missing, the risks we are facing, the challenging we must conquer and try to uh, make, let's say, try to come over it to be able to reach to a certain level, to the level of being able to satisfy the needs of the communities in the Middle East and control our let's say natural resources in the best way possible to be able to be efficient and available to to the societies. So now uh, let's talk about the risks actually. These risks is not only for the Middle East, it's actually risks for the whole world. Specifically in the Middle East, we are facing or we might face lots of uh, things in the future that will affect our lives. One of the things is the limited natural resources like water, area of agricultural land. You know, everybody knows that the Middle East have lots of non-agricultural lands, and because of lack of water, it's not even possible to transform many of these areas into an agricultural land to satisfy the needs of the increasing population. So when we talk about the increasing population, actually, in the Middle East, it increases Middle East and South Africa. It is more around 161% of the whole world average increase in population. It's nearly 750% of the European average of increase of population on a yearly basis. So with these things, it seems that we might be putting ourselves in or expecting a problem of being able to get or satisfy the needs of the population in the near future. Now, these things actually, the resources is very important for us to be able to, to as I said, satisfy the needs of the population, also to be able to provide the requirements at reasonable prices, at the costs that the populations can afford. Because as long as the agricultural area, for example, or the natural resources decreases, the population increases, there will not be enough products to the population, and for that the increases of the outcome will increase, which will affect a high percentage of the population, which will become under the survival line for that population. Now, to be able to reach to that stage of being to optimize the productions, what are the challenges actually that we are facing in the Middle East? Okay. So some of the challenges are how we can effectively utilize the declining natural resources. We know that we have oil, we have minerals, we have the agricultural land, we have things that depends on the natural resources that is not even available in some areas in the Middle East, and how we can really effectively utilize it and optimize its usage through the coming times. The second point in the challenges is to control and eliminate the wastage in natural resources. So now, with this, actually, lots of problems are happening, or lots of wasted, let's say, efforts are happening because of the wastage of natural resources. So how can we control that? How we can eliminate that? Number 3 is optimization of production efficiency to satisfy increasing needs. Production efficiency can be measured through different, let's say, aspects. Some of these are the like now a percentage of, for example, percentage of production against the use of raw materials, the quality of products that is being produced, the wastage of that production through the production line that being utilized. So with these things, these challenges actually we are facing, it is important, very important actually, to start thinking of what we can do to go over these challenges and try to get to a level of using every measure and actually utilizing every resource we have and produce the latest product or service or utility to the in these countries, actually, to the benefit of the communities. Now, to overcome there, I want to talk about the data science, actually. Data science, we need to understand the specific and specify the critical spots of the process cycle. So in every, let's say, in every sector of the economy, there is a process cycle that starts from the raw material that goes into the production facility, and from the production facility where the transformation starts to get into the final product. Now, we need to have the right skills that will be able to understand and specify these critical spots where they need to monitor in these process cycles to be able to get the right data, the classified data, the labeled data, that will allow us later on to be able to touch these pain points and control it properly. The second point, when we are talking about digitize the monitoring process of the critical spot. So if we know where are the critical spots, we need to monitor it. Human monitoring or visual monitoring by humans can not actually get the full data, let's say the scientific data that is required for the next stages. So digitalizing this will enable us to get the right data during this process to be able to transform it into something in the after evaluating, after analyzing, after studying, after collecting, and start and after that, after analyzing, I mean, you will be able to understand exactly where our problems are. Whether it's what we call something in the chain, what we call the leakage chain, the leakage in the chain. So the leakage spots actually can be understood from collecting the data and seeing where these leakages are happening. Now, to be able also to do this, we will need to use the right hardware. So every sector in the economy have its own different characteristics or different specifications, different requirements. So using the right hardware that fits with the right sector, economic sector, whether it's a production, whether it's a supply chain, whether it's utility providing, whether it's natural resources supply. The important thing here is to use the right hardware that suits this specific sector and that specific cycle that we are going to monitor. With this, when we are getting the data, we'll have to define the right data required also, and it's something that is usually done by sector, by economic sector. So, for example, the data required from the example or the use case that I have presented, that I have talked about before, for livestock, is different than the data required from other sectors like utility providing, like agriculture. So when we define the right data required, we analyze that data, and then we will be able to say that now we are in the right track, we are now getting what we want, so that we can bring the solution that is required for the next step. Now, with data science actually is the way how we manage data, we understand the data, and we get the value of the data we are getting. Now, when the first step here is to collect the right data from these spots, build the suitable data structure. Suitable data structure is very important, so that because it also differs by sectors. Now, beyond that, data science is build the suitable algorithm actually to evaluate the data. The data is collected, it's a huge data. We'll need to start understanding, evaluating the quality of that data. And when we get that high quality data that is needed for our sector, we will then start, or we will be able to build the right algorithm to initiate the intelligence automated actions. So we collected the data. Now the building of the right algorithm actually that is connected with artificial intelligence will allow us to get a feedback from the results of the data we received to give us an automation to automate the actions that is required in the process. And that is something actually it's something like preventive maintenance. It's something like in the agricultural environment where you'll have where it will actually automate the let's say water supply for the land if the humidity or the moisture reaches to a certain point of under it is supposed to be. So these automated actions actually is very important because human actions or human reactions are subject to human let's say human ability, different human abilities or different human attitudes, while automated actions that is taken by AI is always built on scientific reasoning and scientific actions which will lead to a better optimization of the use of these resources, as I said from the beginning, and then which will result in an optimization of the outcome. Okay, so these cases have been talked about, so believe it is it is something that yes, it's talked about, but lots of, let's say, companies or businesses still needs to understand it in a better way so that they will be thinking of, yes, let's go and start investing in this because it will make a difference for us. Now, in the region here, of course, it is not, I'm talking about the Middle East case here, but it applies to most of the regions in the third world, what we used to call in the world. So first thing that is required to actually engage in this is to prepare and build the necessary local skills. Now skills are being, let's say, unique in some developed countries or some areas and was not actually built in the Middle East. Okay, so the first step to conquer our problems and be able to cope with the future needs is to prepare and build the necessary local skills. SME and MSME should understand the long-term benefits. The long-term benefits will include lots of, and not only, of course, optimization of the production, elimination of wastage, of leaking. So it's something very important because it will also help to reduce the costs. It will also help to increase the levels of production from the same, let's say, level of raw materials or natural resources. Now, in the Middle East, actually, public sector controls a lot of the guidance to building the skills of the societies. Okay, so what I believe that the public sector should play a role in this and adopt the skills building in the Middle East, and they should put some policies that can also adapt to protect and optimize the use of resources. So there will be some controls, there will be some studied and evaluated data that businesses, when they produce a service or when they produce a product, they must stick to the optimization or have a certain level, let's say, of control over the usage of the raw materials that will, as a percentage of what is their final product. Now, all sectors of the economy should start investing in the new technology. It's a must now. If you don't do it, you will be losing the track. You will not be able to cope with what's happening in the world. You will not be able to compete with the others who have started it. So we know that big companies, big businesses have started to use these technologies. Small and medium should not look for the cost as the main factor of their investment. They should look at what is expected and what is the potential they are going to get after implementing these technologies. So also what I see is investment is not only in technology, but also in building the right skills of the young generations to drive that innovation and being able to be part of the future development of the society. What we see now, public sector is driving this, but also private sector should be part of driving the skills building. It is something very important to get the society into, let's say, a level of having enough, having right skills that can drive the future in the Middle East. We should not only depend on ready technology, actually, that comes from different parts of the world, and we just implement it as it is. We should be the drivers. To be the drivers, we should have the skills built. And it's the responsibility of everybody in the Middle East to drive this and to have the to push for the building the skills in terms of education, in terms of training, and at the end delivering, of course. So this is what I wanted to explain about the Middle East and what I see in the future, what I think can be accomplished in the future with, the help and the right actually planning, either from and involvement from the public sector and from the private sector. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rami, for sharing beautiful insights on the data science perspective and beyond from the Middle East space. So my question, one of the questions, Rami, is, a lot of governments are driving these initiatives, like whether like digital transformation industry 4.0 from different global markets. So how do you see these Middle East governments are driving this force?
Actually, what I've seen until now is they are, yes, driving the digital transformation through normal or educational systems, universities, whatever. But actually, the type of skills required for this type of, it's not only technical. So when you are concentrating about the technical side, about technology side, you cannot reach with the current skills to what is expected or to what it should be. So it's combination of different, let's say, knowledges, different uh, skills that can merge together and be one entity that will drive the actual, not only technology, but the actual, let's say, uh, uh, proven ability to optimize the things. Now, the technology can drive what you tell it. Okay, it's something. It's programs. It's ready. Let's say ERBs and ready systems. But in reality, it's not what is required. And lots of people are in. There is lots of initiatives, but what can these actually do to the society without the knowledge of how to get the data and get the data, understand the data, analyze the data, and then use this data together with the technology to perform the required, to perform the results. So nowadays, yes, data is being used through BIs and to get results about history, but merging the uh, data science and business BIs together with the technology and data convergence will bring the use of predictive data. Predictive data that will tell you exactly what's going to happen. And I tell you the truth, I didn't see this until now in the Middle East.
Uh, Absolutely, Rami. You said the right relevant points. So data convergence is the future. The individual silo technologies which we are adopting, but because of this anti-COVID, the remote connectedness, data convergence will be the future and definitely be the future. Thanks, Rami, for joining at our DCS Summit 2020. Pleasure you being as a speaker for us, and thanks once again.
Thank you very much for this opportunity, Vijay, for everybody, and have a
Yeah.
good day.
Thank you.
Thanks,
To the
Rahman.
to the audience, we'll be having a lunch break here for half an hour. The time is around 2 o'clock here. We'll be back at 2:30, sharp 2:30, where we'll be having a panel discussion and speaker from Alan joining from UK, and Chandra Vasiraju joining. He's an ERP and SAP expert, and also Swap will be there. So for the panel discussion, and Anna will be speaking, and followed by Nandita from TES, who will be talking about the entrepreneurship, and finally having a concluding from me. Thank you. Stay tuned, and we'll join in half an hour. Hi, Ellen.
Good afternoon, VJ.
Uh, good afternoon. Okay, let me. Yeah. Hi all. For all the listeners on DCS Data Convergence Summit 2020, welcome back. Thanks for joining us and listening to our excellent speakers who shared their excellent views on the data convergence, artificial intelligence, digital transformation, Industry 4.0, and also excellent one more panel session. We discussed more on the data perspective, how SMEs and MSMEs can leverage the digital transformation adoption, and also Rami and Lakshmi sharing their views through a speaker session. And now welcome to the afternoon session, and we have lined up very exciting speaker session from Alan from AA Prairie, and he'll be sharing his views now mainly on the data side and what's value we are going to get out of it, and then followed by a very exciting panel session we'll be having with Alan and other members of the panel members. Stay tuned with us for more exciting sessions. Alan, it's over to you, so you can start the session.
Okay, I'll do the usual Zoom thing of sharing my screen and making
Yes.
sure I can see everything
Yes.
properly.
Yes.
If you just give me a second, I will do that. Which of course is not playing ball today. Oh, can you enable Shane's?
Oh, 1 second. 1 second. Yes, I
Screen.
got you. Where you're saying. Perfect. You can do it now.
Okay. Okay. Right. The usual first question of any Zoom session is, can you see my screen?
Not it. It's not a shade. Fantastic. Now I can see the screen. Yes.
Right.
All
Yes.
set. Yes, all set.
Perfect. Again, sorry about that. Despite having used Zoom continually for the last 9 months, we still never can make it work properly.
Yeah. Right. Right. Yeah. Yeah. So over to you, Alan. Right.
Okay. Right. So first thing, what I'm going to talk about today is the impact of COVID-19 on us, on our company, and just a brief overview of who we are. We're a small data startup. We started about 2 years ago. We're based in Birmingham in the UK, and we do everything to do with data in the preparation and the run up to artificial intelligence and machine learning, and including artificial intelligence and machine learning. The market areas that we looked after or initially planned to operate in were the UK, Nordics, and Benelux, and there are two reasons. One is this is where I'd spent a lot of my working life in those markets, and language wasn't a problem in that doing business in English is quite normal for those areas. And the model we'd chosen is that we'd have local delivery and management with offshore development teams, which just happened to be in India. And I'll let somebody in because I'm the host. So apologies for keeping you waiting. And what I'm going to try and cover today is the impact of COVID was to actually make us a global company very, very quickly. we then had to change the way we prospected for new clients. We also had to do what I've called is lead speed dating, which is doing things very, very quickly and then changing or moving on if the connection wasn't being made. And also how it's changed my approach to data science, machine learning, AI, whatever you like to call it, because of COVID-19. So, firstly, going global. My last face-to-face meeting was on the 4th of March this year. After that, I have not had a single business meeting where I've been in the same room with anybody else. And so what happened is that countries locked down. The message was to work from home, don't meet people, don't travel. And this had two effects. One is it pushed everybody online, and I'll come on to that in a future slide. But it also meant that everybody was in the same position. It didn't matter if I was talking to somebody in Birmingham, somebody in the UK, somebody in Turkey, somebody in Canada. We were all stuck at home talking to people like we are today over a link, over the internet. And we all just became voices on the end of a line. That was one thing, but it also leveled the playing field in that even large companies were in the same position. They were at probably a disadvantage because they couldn't move as quickly. They probably had to get everybody online, automate their processes. And we were already there. So it was immediately an advantage to us that we could reach out to people wherever they were in the world and talk to them without being disadvantaged by being a small company based in the UK. During the lockdown process, it became clear that the UK was very much locking down very, very quickly and very, very hard. And suddenly our prospecting dried up. At that point, we then realized that, hang on, we know people all over the world. We know people in Turkey, we know people in the US. Why don't we try and use their expertise as the local presence to expand our market and expand the geographical area that we worked in. And we did that. We extended out to our contacts globally. And now we've ended up with representation in the Middle East, just happens to be based in Turkey with an associate company over there. We have two people in the US, one in the middle, one on the left-hand side, and we have an associate in Germany. Very, very quickly, that's what happened. We became a global company almost overnight. And yeah, that it was quite a shock that suddenly we are talking to people in Chile, people in Brazil, people in Canada. And the only thing that's different is that the time zones are a bit strange. And you suddenly have to work out, you know, if it's 9 o'clock in the UK, what's the time in Turkey or Dubai? So, and that's the only confusion. One of the other impacts was our way of working. I've mentioned Zoom, and I'll keep mentioning Zoom, but we'd take a decision when we set up not to have an office. We all decided that we all wanted to work from home. We already had a distributed team. We already use Zoom or Teams or whatever piece of software to connect. We'd maintained procedures, so we were kept in close contact with each other. We have a daily stand-up meeting where everybody joins in, discusses stuff, looks at what problems are, look what's happening next, looks what has happened, looks what's outstanding. And so our internal operational processes were more or less the same. And it was quite amusing to us that we were just like amused by people suddenly working out that, hey, I actually can sit at home and I can talk to people. I can work from home. We've only been doing it for 10 years. So it was quite amusing to us that we were there. We did have to adjust some of our delivery things. Some things had to go online. We had to then work out that to do consulting over the line, you have to prepare more. You have to prepare more material because it will be faster, because people tend to be more polite when they're on a call. They don't interrupt or talk over you. So we've had to adjust our design and delivery. That was the outbound side. The inbound side created a lot more challenges for how do we get new business going forward. And the couple of things that we did is we then started to look at the future uncertainty, and we started looking at weak signals. These are signals of things, potentially emerging issues or questions, which may or may not become important in the future. These things are usually, they're novel, they're a surprise, they challenge existing thinking. And the one thing that we can't say is that there is going to be delay between something happening and it actually becoming a reality. And of course, we have these three main components of what does it look like, which way is it going, and how do we interpret it? And we split those into two sections. One is the weak signals, which is the very much the future, things that may or may not happen, but it gives us an indication of what might happen. And then we have what we call the high frequency indicators, which are the things which are less precise but are more current and more relevant today. And we've got the example of Google. Google is very good at producing these sort of indicators of and we've looked at the workplace mobility of how many people are still going to work, and that is quite interesting that hasn't rebounded as quickly as everybody thought. And then the weak signals are what we use to work out where we should be moving. And the example we've got there is of the blue economy, which is what's related to the shipping industry. And this is things like port automation, vessel automation, autonomous vehicles in both in ports and the ships themselves, and CO2 emissions in ports. And we've used that to work out strategies for particular industries. And then we started looking at search. We looked at what geographies, what regions were high impact, low impact, what industries were high impact, low impact. And we even tried looking at industries that we knew were high impact, like the airline industry, just to prove that our logic and our thinking was correct. And unfortunately, it was. We also look at the people, what roles they do, what roles they have in the organization. And then we try and assess the maturity of that company in terms of data and analytics. We took, again, decision not to pay any money for these things, so we were using public sources. This then led into sort of the gameplay of working out what would be relevant and resonant for particular industries, particularly technologies, architecture. Were they interested in machine learning architecture, data architecture? Were they looking at 5G? Were edge devices going to be relevant? What job roles were going to be the most receptive? If they have a chief innovation officer, is he the right person, or is it still the IT director? And we built up multiple options, and we then decide how we're going to approach a particular customer with a number of possible plays, you know, and it's almost, you know, we'll try this. If they don't like it, we can then fall back on this. And all of this is aiming to build trust and belief in us, because we are just a voice on the end of a video screen. It's very, very, it's much more difficult to do that when you're not in person. So having got all these plays, we then decided that we're situational aware. We know time is the dominant factor, and we've got this idea of this OODA loop, which is designed by an American pilot, where you understand that if someone's attacking you, you then have to work out pretty quickly how to evade, how to maneuver, how to change your position. And the thing we learned very, very quickly is try something, evaluate it. If it's working, carry on. If it's not, stop, find out why it's not working, and adjust and change and move. And this is this speed dating, is if you're talking to somebody and it's not working, you have to ask yourself why, and then it's this loop of going round of, you know, decide to do something, see how it happens, keep moving. Those are the main things that we did with the company, and that's the main impact. Is we sped up, we used online resources, we did a lot of more data-based analytics of possible leads. We try to understand the market in terms of what it requires. Does it require emphasis on return on investment? Does it need emphasis on the people, or does it need emphasis on function and area? The other thing that it did was that it focused, particularly my view, on the role of the data scientist. And our immediate thought is, how can we contribute towards COVID-19? And then when you sort of take a step back and you think, well, you've got biostatisticians and epidemiologists that have made a career in using techniques, statistical models, probably that are a lot more sophisticated than most that the data science community use. And they've been doing advanced modeling on a for a long time. Then it got me thinking, how do I compare with a statistician? And the statistician tends to be more rigorously applying statistical models and components than I've ever done. So I sort of rapidly thought that to actually think that I can sort of come in and do something amazing was very egotistical. However, in then started questioning how we approach data science and how we look at the outcomes. Getting the data, processing the data is getting the data. I won't say it's the easy bit, but it's not the hard part. Applying the models, preparing the data, doing the data science piece is also relatively simple because we roughly know what we're doing. But it's the interpretation which is the issue of that. In the past, often the marketing director would not want a long explanation, as long as he knew that if you do something, you will get some return. Often a correlation is good enough. And this is to do with motivated reasoning and interpretation. Is the more variation you give, the harder it is for somebody to actually understand what to do. This is motivated reasoning and confirmational bias. You're telling me something that I want to hear. that was one thread, and I'll come onto that thread in another minute or two. But the other thing that we noticed, that I noticed, was that suddenly, not sure it's because we had more time, but we were looking at more and more complex models. In the past, we tried to keep it as simple because we had to normally explain ourselves to somebody. But now, where perhaps I'd used an ARIMA model, we were looking at LTSM. Where I'd used LTSM before, I was perhaps be looking now at a gated graph sequence neural network, which is very, very complicated. So, and this was to get accuracy. And this, again, this was to do with the explanation of probability and causality. Why something happens. If people like it where you say, this is going to happen. And that's what the distinction between the data scientist and a statistician is. A statistician will say, this will happen, give or minus a percentage of error. A data scientist is trying to simplify reality as quickly as possible to explain what's happening. And I think we need to look at probability a lot more closely in terms of it's something that probably will happen or probably won't. Typical example is flooding. If your flood barrier is at 5 meters and the estimation from the model is 4.9, you think you're not going to flood. But if you look at the margin of error, it could be plus or minus 20 centimeters, which means it might flood. So you have to then do more work to work out the probability of it being higher or lower. And again, explaining the causality of models, why things happen. As I said, correlation is not good enough now. You have to understand the relationship between all the features and all the components before you can start interpreting it correctly and without bias. And finally, a new word that has come into my dictionary is underspecification. And this tries to explain why your model is absolutely brilliant using your training data and your testing data and your validation data, but is useless in the real world. And this is probably a twofold problem. One is to do with the volume and data that you have in the first place isn't complete enough, and seemingly small arbitrary decisions you've made to either include or drop features has a huge consequence on the outcome. So again, these three things now is going to be built into my sort of perception of the future. So finally, concentrating on the user needs, and that's not just the user when you come to do data science, but it's also the customer when you're selling the vision of data science to a particular set, is that you have to actually start at looking at what the user needs. Data is still the foundation. We all still need data. We can't conjure up anything without data, because that's just alchemy. And then the thing that has struck home to me is that things that happened in the past is no guarantee for the future, because the world changes, and even though we're looking at the horizon, we're looking for weak signals, you can't always predict things that will happen, such as COVID-19. So thank you. Any questions, please either contact the chat window. That's my email address, and I'm on a number of social media platforms where you can get hold of me personally or through a priori. Thank you.
Thanks, Alan, for sharing a beautiful presentation on the data science perspective. Appreciated it.
No problem. Thank you.
Alan, so the next we are into the panel discussion now.
Yes.
So we'll be starting our panel discussion, and we have the panel members along with you is Chandravasi Raju and also Swap. So we'll be discussing on the topic fusion and enrichment, how to increase your data's value and usability, Alan.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. We'll wait for 5 more minutes because
Yeah.
as we know, right, the schedule is at 3 p.m. IST. So
Yes.
we'll wait for another 5 more minutes so that we can kick off the panel session.
Yep. Okay. No problem. I
Okay.
shall. I shall wait here.
Yeah, Chandra, it's same with you, right? We have to wait for another 5 more minutes, and we can start.
Absolutely, Vijay.
Thank you, Chandra. Alan, can you share back the host to me? Can you do it for me?
Simple answer is, where do I do that?
Okay, so you need to right click on me and you make me host.
Okay. You are the
Fantastic.
host.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Alan. Uh, to the audience of Data Convergence Summit 2020, so who are on live on seeing us on the YouTube live, and to all the people who are who are viewing us globally, we are coming with one more exciting panel session with Alan Jones, Chandrasekhar, and Sweb, talking about a topic about the data, like the data convergence, which is why it is important, and also the futuristic thoughts. So Uh, as mentioned, the topic is about fusion and enrichment, how to increase your data's value and usability. Okay, let me introduce the panel members. We know Alan, we had heard an excellent presentation on the speaker's perspective on the data science world from UK, and we have Chandra Vasiraju and also Swap. So about Chandra Vasraju. Chandra is a seasoned IT professional with over 21 plus years of experience, extensively worked in large scale projects and programs, delivery on SAP, blockchain, IoT, and analytic areas, and extensively worked for energy utilities, manufacturing, and life sciences domains. And he has been associated with Accenture, Capgemini, and Cognizant. Thank you, Chandra, for joining us for this panel discussion.
You're on mute.
Yeah. I'm just you're on mute, Chandra.
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
Huh?
Thanks, Vijay. This was a nice introduction. Thanks for that. And it's been a privilege to be part of this panel along with Alan and Swap.
Appreciated. I think we already know about Swap. So I know he is also a panel member from the last panel session. So welcome all for this one more exciting and fantastic topic discussion about. I think this topic is definitely will be the futuristic vision of what we know this. So a little bit about a prelude I want to give about this topic or whatever. So the companies feel that they ought to be doing something with the data. So data is oil, and then data is very very important, the futuristic perspective. And but no one has an idea. So what we need to do, so we have to start collecting data, hoping someone will come and along and tell them what to do next. For example, how to monetize their data. So also you have to apply the data to solve the real world key issues are there. So this is a little bit prelude which we want, but what we want to hear from the mouse ears and everyone from the experts were here. So directly we want to jump and then talk about the discussion. Alan, the first question is for you. So my question is, if a company has to build a data lake or warehouse, what would you suggest, what are the next steps are?
Okay. Yeah, probably the best thing I would say to them is that you've built your data lake, you've got all your data. How easy is and how accessible is that data for the end users to access? Do you have an access policy? Do you have data products? Do you have data dictionaries? Do you have data catalogs that they can thumb through? So that's the first thing, is to make that available to them. Then the second thing is to talk about, as I keep saying, is user needs. What do the users in your organization need? Where are the bottlenecks? Where are the pain points? And then work out if you then have the data in situ to solve, or to at least visualize those issues within the organization.
Thanks, Alan, for sharing your insights. Now, coming to Chandra, I would like to hear from you, because you come from the SAP ERP background and you have a lot of experiences there. And we are hearing a lot of data importance. Can you also throw some light on SAP strategy and future roadmap to make the best use of data and intelligent technologies? How to build a resilient system. Can you throw insights on that?
Yeah, that's a good question, Vijay, especially when SAP is the leading ERP vendor in the market. Traditionally, ERP systems are built with the primary objective of making the individual processes work efficiently and enabling holistic leverage through collaboration of these processes. Hence, the data models are more aligned to individual processes, resulting in the data being scattered across processes, and many times you see that the data is duplicated. So this is one challenge that SAP was well aware. So with the advent of digital technologies like IoT, the amount of data that is coming into the system has increased multifold. So that means that there is a need for a better data management process and database systems. So SAP HANA, to a great extent, is addressing these data challenges, which ultimately is helping to increase the efficiencies of the processes and systems becoming more intelligent. So now with the data challenges being addressed through SAP HANA, Now, SAP is now envisioning to build the SAP Intelligent Enterprises, and they have three core tenets that they are trying to build this system. The one is Intelligent Suite, consisting of S4 HANA, CRM, and SRM, digital platform and cloud, and the integration of intelligent technologies like AI, ML, IoT with SAP. So, with the above initiatives, SAP, I think, is well positioned to effectively leverage the data to build resilient and intelligent systems.
Thanks, Chandra, for sharing your insights. Coming to Swap, right? I will shift the gears to Swap now. Swap, how do you see our data convergence summit, and everyone is talking about the data convergence and the need of convergence. So how do you see AI and blockchain will be face it for the convergence perspective?
Yeah, Vijay, thanks. So again, I think AI and blockchain first and foremost. Before we talk about AI and blockchain in the perspective, I think there has to be a bit of unlearning. I think everybody you kind of interact with have some sort of a perception about AI and some sort of a perception about blockchain in the first place. But the problem is, maybe they're all right, or maybe they are right in bits and pieces. But if you really have to kind of structure use cases, right, and solve business problems, you need to do a lot of meticulous evaluation of the underlying data, because AI is the automation which is driven by data, for example. So if you don't really have your data in place, what would you like, what would you want to automate? And at the end of the day, with AI, what you're trying to do, or let's say even with blockchain, I think with time, what we see is, I think these are all sort of going to be coexisting and go hand in hand. For example, when we are talking about aspects of Industry 5.0, it would have machines or robots, for example, taking over a lot of the manufacturing processes per se, through automation workflows and so on. So, which basically means that machines would not technically be competing with humans, but it would be coexisting, which means again that it needs to behave like, for example, how a human would behave. It would need to understand. It would need to really have that sentiment. So all of this is nothing but your core elements of data. So at the end of the day, I think when we talk about data convergence, it all boils down. So before we get to AI or blockchain, for that matter, right? So we need to really understand how we are basically setting up the data architecture, or the data design thinking, as I was kind of mentioning in my previous panel talk as well. And that would probably lead to the AI framework building or blockchain framework building. One important aspect that we really need to understand here is, I think the adoption towards these technologies would trigger more and more emphasis on open source. I think that is what would be the future. It would be modular again, and I think most of the developments and framework that we kind of build in and around these technologies, I guess, would be primarily driven through a retrofitment strategy. So, which means that with what you have, how do we quickly enable you to the data curve, and then help you into the futuristic automation processes. So I think that is where I think the underlying emphasis and importance of data convergence come in, whether it's AI or blockchain.
Fantastic explanation, Swap. So I would like to add my 2 cents into this perspective to AI and blockchain. So I come from the world of IoTs and Industry 4.0 technologies. So right, as a part of the data convergence, I see not only technology perspective, people should look at the business perspective. That's what the OT and IT people are talking about. And from a machine perspective, the operation technology should go hand in hand with the IT to give a better value to the customer and a return on investment. So also we are hearing a lot of other jargons as part of data convergence. You also know Swap, Chandra. So where we are talking more and more aspects of digital twins, and also some more technologies like AR, VR. It should these are all the future technologies, but the COVID has made it a digital transformation at a fast pace, and all these technologies will converge, And see, for all this, the input is data. Excellent.
So I think I would want to little bit maybe ask Alan and also take a little bit of perspective from Chandra. What do they think about the data evolution into the AI and blockchain side?
Yeah, I think Alan, can you throw some light?
What I think has been really interesting over the last few years is that the collapse in value in IT. First, we had hardware becoming a commodity, becoming a cloud, becoming a service. And what we've seen probably in the last 18 months is that the collapse in the value of software. Software is going open source. And that then means that, okay, yes, there is less investment. Yes, there is more flexibility for the actual consumer, but you have to then find value, and the value is now in the data. The value is in the data that you hold in your organization. And some companies are trying to lock you in to saying, well, that value is also our value. Licensing means that data is partly our data. You have other companies that are, particularly software houses, that are trying to say, right, you have to use our cloud. So there is a market scramble to try and maintain the value of software. In reality, the value of the values in the data that you hold and how you process it. And I think companies are starting to wake up to that, which is why we're all here, because suddenly there is value in the data we hold in our organization. We might not know what the value is yet, but there is value there.
So I think Alan, I mean, is it probably safe to say that probably data convergence would slowly go towards considering data more as a journey, and someone who's probably looking at some of these stacks. I think we have to come out from that world of just technology jargons, but probably try to create data as a narrative and have this applied as a journey, if they really want to see success.
Certainly the silos are being broken down. To get an idea about what's happening in your organization, you have to bring in data from multiple sources, which includes your ERP system, it includes your HR system, it includes your website, it includes IoT data. So yeah, all of those are converging. And to give everybody a sense of what's what I'm looking for, provenance, that the data that I've sat in front is real, that then has to be supported by other technologies such as blockchain or distributed ledgers, so that there is provenance and provability and lineage to that data.
I think Chandra, it will be interesting to hear a little bit of an SAP perspective towards this. How do you see this evolving from an SAP perspective?
Yeah, so one thing I can definitely tell you is, if at all we are trying to retrofit the existing data into the new age software, I don't think there is much that we can bring out from this data in terms of the insight that we can get. I think the point that you made in your discussion, I think that was very valid, and that is where I can see SAP, when it has trying to become more digital, it has started with the database. Right? HANA is predominantly a database, and on top of that, they have radically changed the processes. They have combined multiple processes so that there is less of data duplicacy across processes. So I think from SAP perspective, I think they have holistically looked at the data, how they wanted to manage the data. At the same time, the way that they wanted to process data has also changed. I think unless we see the data in a different perspective and want to apply that to different processes, the changes that are going to be very incremental but not so exponential. I think with the sort of the hardware improvement that we are seeing, the software coming in, I think there is a need to look at data as an asset. Earlier, if the data is growing, it is a concern to an organization. Now, having more data is what companies valued on. I think from my perspective, I think data definitely is an asset to an organization. At the same time, we need to look at how we can leverage it and then best utilize for the benefit of the organization.
Excellent, Chandra. I think Alan. The next question is more about so see, domain is very important, right? Previously, people used to look at the OT as a different area and IT as so they're looked at upon. So according to you, how domain specific problems or specifications are looked upon, and how only this knowledge can assist? Can you share your experiences?
Yeah. Yes. Thank you. Yeah. Yes. Certain industries are very protective of the way they work, but my experience is that the vast majority of companies have similar issues in utilizing data. The problems that companies have are not domain specific. They could be application specific in terms of we use this application which forces our processes to run this way. But a lot of companies have the same basic issues within their organizations. And because we talk to so many different industries and so many different people, this has been borne out in particularly in the last 9-10 months, where everybody is talking about the same things, which is the end-to-end delivery of a product is now so dependent on multiple parties, multiple systems, multiple integrations, that everybody has the same problem, which is how to deliver something and how to understand how that chain happens. And the other thing which is interesting, which is partly in industry 4.0, but is how do I share data and with whom and at what level? Because everybody is frightened of giving away the company's secrets, because I have to share my data with the customer or share my data with a vendor, and it puts me in a just become the middleman, and it's possible for me to be removed from the supply chain. So again, multiple things going on, but basically there are very, very few domain specific problems. Most of it is due to business issues, and where there are domain problems, it's usually relating to physics or chemistry or other natural forces that we can't do anything about. The oil and gas industry is very worried about explosions, because that's what could happen in a oil and gas production plant, and a lot of their processes are geared up to preventing explosions, whilst the construction site is more interested in reduction of accidents, because that's one of their main KPIs. But again, those problems are very, very similar in their needs.
Thanks, Ellen, for sharing your insights. So I would like to ask a general question to all. I would like to hear your perspectives on that particular question. So Alan, Chandra, and Swab, do you think that service companies should be thinking like a technology company? What are your views on that? Alan, would you like to take the call?
Okay, all companies need to think like hedge funds, which is where can I get value and where can I keep that value inside the organization. So yeah, and this also distinction between product and service is becoming very, very blurred. In my company, when people say, well, what do you actually deliver? So you say, oh, we look at data. Oh, it's a service company. I said, no, because we then deliver algorithms which we've written. Oh, you're a product company. So I think going forward, this division between, are you a manufacturer, are you a service company, are you a maintainer, are you an OEM, will become much blurry, based, unfortunately, around the data that you can offer and the value that you offer through that data.
Yeah, you are right. Real-time data is very, very important for any company to align with that. So, Chandra, what are your views?
Yeah, so service providers or vendors, we can say, right? So they are predominantly looking to commit to the SLAs and trying to deliver on that. But when you look at the way the contracts are structured, especially for support engagements, there is a definite component of improvements that we need to bring to the system rather than just keeping the lights on. So what it means is we need to really look into the issues. We need to see the opportunities to automate so that we can reduce the effort to manage the systems, and also bringing any sort of innovations that can really help the clients. So it's, and especially when we are looking at data as the asset perspective, I think everybody started looking that as a starting point, how we can leverage that. So all in all, I can say the service providers, they are not just trying to do the SLAs to be met to get their money back, but looking beyond, the thing like a technology company or a product company, so that they can add value to the customer. So I think there is a phenomenal change the way that they are looking at when they are actually writing the contracts and having the conversations with the customer. I see a lot of change in the last 5 6 years, especially.
Yeah, for everything, data is important. I think that's what data convergence is all about. That's what we are
Yeah.
coming with this data convergence summit, which will address all the pain areas, what we are looking from the industry perspective as well as the technology perspective. Thanks, Chandra, for sharing your views. Swep, your comments?
Yeah, I think what we also are seeing at this point in time, whether you are like a manufacturing company, whether you are a system integrator, whether you are a solution or a solution developer, I think one thing that people are trying to do is basically they're trying to first aggregate the data and then kind of generate some sort of a platform so that it gives immediate visibility and faster churns. So I think more and more, I think what I see is from an industry standpoint is that there is a shift towards a platform, data as a platform oriented thinking or an ideology. As Alan said, kind of it is slowly making the services line and the product line way line of thinking sort of blurry as we move forward. But I think more and more, I think it's about how do we become a data platform provider that can kind of give everything in a box, with also some decision making ability or capability. So that is what I think I'm seeing, and it's a paradigm shift, as Chandra was mentioning. I think it's a completely different way of thinking in terms of how, let's say, people would usually manage an SAP support contract or managed services, SLAs, and all of that. So I think this is a change, because when we start about thinking of data as an asset and then try to correlate that and then kind of get into more of a platform driven approach, I think this is one of the major change that probably we've been seeing, I think, in the industry.
Thanks, Swap, and glad to hear, right? All are supporting on the data convergence, and we are happy to hear from the experts, speakers, and also the panel members. And with your inspirations, Alan and other team members, like the panel members, right? We would like to come with a data convergence summit 2021. So with all the due respect. Thanks, Alan. Before we conclude, right? I will just have to have the concluding notes for our panel discussion. So the data is oil. That's what people are talking about, and data is the foundation for everything and anything. So the AI enterprises strategies, process, and infrastructures will definitely add value to the entire data convergence perspective. uh, Thanks all. Thanks, Alan. Thanks, Chandra, and thanks, Web, for joining this panel discussion. And the topic, definitely our audience who are listening all over global will definitely like the way we have taken it forward and take some value information, suggestions, and recommendations. Thanks again once for all.
Thanks,
Thank
Roy.
you.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Thanks, Vijay. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Bye-bye
To the
now.
bye bye. To the audience, stay tuned. We'll be having one more exciting session with Nandita Das from TES. She'll be sharing the entrepreneurship journey in another 6 minutes. So we'll be going on mute for another 6 minutes, and we'll come back join again at 3:30, which is at IST time. Thank you very much.
You're on mute. Hello, you're on mute.
Yeah. Yeah, got you. Welcome all. Welcome Nandita for our Data Convergence Summit 2020 for our show. So would like to invite you for our session, speaker session on the Data Convergence Summit. So can you please take over, introduce yourself, and then start the presentation?
Sure. So thank you first for inviting me for the Data Convergence Summit. It's really nice to be here amongst people who understand and appreciate data. Yeah, and so about myself, I've been nurturing startups, and we help them in the process of starting up, scaling up. So we nurture them through a mentorship program, and we help them with some consultancy and services which are critical for them to start up. So that's what I do. And it's a nice area to be in. And what I would like to share with you today is how in the field of enterprise and how in the field of business, in a very simple way, more focus on especially on startups, because that's what we are handling right now, how data can help them in the process of starting up and also in the process of scaling up. So that's what I will be talking in the next 20-25 minutes, and we'll be happy to take questions from all of you. Yeah, so let me just share my screen. Can I be made the host so I can share my screen?
Yes, you are there. You are the host now.
Okay. Just a minute. Oh, it's not showing up. Just a second. Let me just open the file and then. Just 1 second.
Yeah, not a problem. Yeah.
Is it visible?
Yes, I can see. Yeah, your presentation came up. Yeah, good.
Okay, let me just start from the beginning. Yeah. So when you come to business, in any competitive environment, any business, basically each business has a different vision. They have different imperatives. They have different goals. And the way forward, whether it's a startup or you're scaling up, or even if you're an established business, I don't think there is any business which can ignore data in today's world. And it's not so much as to garner the data for the sake of data, but today it is more about collecting this data first, even for the sake of identifying right from day one where your customer is, where your market is, where you should be focused. That is even before you start making the product. So earlier, when it came to starting any business, it was like, you had a passion, you wanted to make something. So you would get into making the product, a minimum viable product, and then you would get into the market, and then you would start looking at who will come and buy it. So in today's parlance, we call it valley of death, because you made the product according to what you thought was what you thought people wanted. It was just a perspective. And then you make the product, you garner resources, which means a lot of investment goes into making the product, a lot of investment goes into starting the business, and then you get the product out into the market. And that market is what we call the valley of death, because it doesn't, there's a saying that if you make, will they come? So we make something, and that doesn't mean people will come to buy it. Now, this is where I think the role of data becomes really, really important in any business, whether it is a startup or a scale up. So you have a vision and you have a perspective what you want to do with your business, a future vision for the organization. But when you are actually trying to bring the product into the market, it's very important not to make the product, not to set your business, not to invest in your business, and then come to the market. The reverse is correct. What you should do is first look at where is your customer, where is he, what does he want, what is his problem, does he want a solution, what alternatives does he have, if I make this, does he have better alternatives, and a competitive environment where I would be just one of the many people. So that is, I think, where the starting point is for any business, especially at the point of launching. We don't ever advise anybody to start the business, invest, and then get into the market, the what we call the valley of death. We ask them to first identify who is your customer, who is this person, how does he want to be reached, does he want the product in the form you are giving him, or does he have some you know perspectives about what he wants. There is a gap in the market he wants you to fill. There is a product you are foreseeing and that he is not foreseeing, but you are putting it on him. So understand where this customer is, what this customer looks like, what is he, where does he, what are his demographics. Once you understand that, so that is the data you have to start with. That's where the data first strategy is so important for startups, because it's the starting point for them to even think about taking the idea to the market. Okay, so if he doesn't have that data, he should not even start the business. Only if he has a constant and a consistent number of customers that are wanting and willing to buy the product in the form he wants it, they want it, and the way they want to be reached, then he actually, we tell most of these startups and the new enterprises, now is the time where you have validated it and you can put your money into it, and that's when you start. And then when you get into the market, that market will not be what is termed as the valley of death. So that's the starting point, I think, for any business. And I think data goes so much in hand with what they are doing, that it cannot be ignored from day one of starting the business. So conventionally, it was, like I said, I'm just talking of data in general and of new enterprise in particular. We always thought about collecting data and then cleaning it up to be able to analyze it, validating it, and then controlling this data. And then there was a big deal about protecting it and keeping it, and then using it when we thought we needed it, when we thought we need to get back, or when there was, in India especially, we have RTI, right to information. So when people asked for information, we would open this special locker called, where we had protected this data and kept it. But we never thought of proactively using this data for generating business, and for creative and very creatively using this business. But today, in the startup world, it is so interesting that most people, they start doing a business just because they are passionate, which is very good. And when they have generated enough data, so either they start off with enough data if they're very serious about taking it to the market from day one. But on the other hand, there are a whole lot of people who actually are doing a lot of things out of passion, and they say it's okay, we will hang around in the market for some time, we will create that big data, we will be in the market, we'll blog, we'll have a digital presence, we will be all around. And when the data is thrown onto our face, then we will see where we can creatively use and make business out of it. So that is another way to look at how data is being strategized in the startup world. One is using it from day one. The second is hanging with it and then coming up with it at a time when data really comes up. And I'm reminded of a very nice example from one of the startups we are associated with. She was a typical lady who wanted to share about parenting. So there was a lot of parenting happening, and child is one product that doesn't come out of the manual, so everybody needs to talk to the other person to know what to do with the baby, so as the child is growing. So So she started a blogging site, and everybody could come and share their views on parenting and issues of parenting and problems that children faced, and how do you handle with medical issues, how do you handle with psychological issues, and a lot of issues which dealt with parenting. And then this blog became so huge. The data that was collected was so much. There was so much content in the form of data. There was content, there was content which could be categorized for different age groups of children, content that could be categorized for both sex of parents, father and mother, and probably they could be data and work. So then she decided to monetize on this data. That was when this data became so crucial and critical that the use of data started. So then it is like, you can come in free because we have you all on the platform, because there's a huge data we have and content we have generated. But now if you want some specific services out of it, like workshops or any other consultancy regarding parenting, whatever, then there was a paid model. So if you look at this wonderful thing, what happens in the startup world is a lot of free activity happens. And you can see this started off with Facebook. You can see this with so many other things, LinkedIn. I mean, there's a free bit, and this free bit is where the data is being created and generated. Once this data becomes huge, and then you can actually have a funnel there to to funnel it out into segments and then offer your business services. So this is a very big model, and which is being used in business. It's called the freemium model, but the freemium model works a lot on a lot of data generated. So there's a free data which is generated, and then this data which is free becomes really important as a funnel, which is utilized to segment it, and then it is utilized, it's analyzed, it's seen, and then it is used to make business out of it. You have LinkedIn, which have paid services. You have Facebook, which has paid services. So these are all freemium models, and that's how data is. So while previously it was, what do you do to data? It was all the time we were spending time on nurturing the data we got, and then seeing where and when we got it, we would open this locker and use the data. But today it is not like that. So if you look at this wonderful strategy by Mike Schiff, he says that conventional wisdom was, how do you collect it, how do you keep it, how do you store it, how do you have privacy and security, how do you access it, how do you display, how do you retain, how do you govern, how do you integrate, and how do you distribute it. But if you look at modern data, it's moved on to, if there is generate data first, attract new customers, because use it. This data is being focusedly generated through whichever channels, and today you have huge number of channels where you can actually garner this data. So you attract these customers, you attract this data and flow it towards your business. But there may be data of different kinds, and then you start creatively thinking, how do you use this data? You start seeing, I can make a model out of this, I can make a model out of that. And once you have enough data, which becomes almost like your big data, then is where you put modeling, and you have algorithms which you use and model it, and then make it into a proper business model to get more customers on board, more customers, target VIP customers, and so on. So if you look at the new orthodoxy away from the conventional model, it is more about, in the same book, and I'm just quoting from what he has written, it's more today about, any successful organization is more about, how does data generate value? So when we get this data, how do we generate value out of it? And there comes the creativity of the organization. The organization, the startup, the enterprise which is successful is because they have known how to creatively not just mine the information and the data, but how to creatively use this data to create business models out of it. And then create a data ecosystem around it. So the data is flowing all around you, and you create an ecosystem where the data comes in, has different channels to flow out, is put into different models for different set of customers. Like I just said, you can have a model of data where you just want them to be hanging around free on your platform, because that's where your funnel comes in. So there could be an ecosystem channel which is free to you. There's a channel which is paid. There's a channel which is a product channel which you create out of data. There's a channel where you create a service channel out of it. So this is how the new orthodoxy is. The data is there. Now you use it critically and use it creatively. So if you begin with business, it's important for any business to, first understand what is our aim and what is our capability as a channel, as a business. What is it that we want? So that's when we actually try to first understand what drives our business, and then see what kind of strategy can be followed from it. And when this is being done with the help of data, especially, there are two sets of people which probably think that the other is not important. For example, a businessman would think, data is coming in, we can give it and outsource it and get some data specialist or some technologist to do it. But no, at the time, the technologist has to be present in the room to understand that this is the way the technology works, and therefore data can be garnered in this way. So the technologist needs to be there with the business leader. And at the same time, it is not just about technology that I can do this, I can have this way of collecting data from different channels. You should also know what kind of data and from where to collect it and in what form to collect it. So therefore, a technologist cannot ignore a business leader. You need both these sets of people in the same room when you make a strategy or a data strategy for your business, keeping your broader aim, your goal, and your perspectives in mind. So the value chain would obviously goal and then discover what data you need broadly. It can be that by default you get a lot more and then you make a business model out of it. For example, an Uber has so much data that when it went into Uber Foods, well, this was a default data that they had. So it's not that they planned that when they started the Uber transport service or a cab service, that they would be using it for Uber Eats. But when they had all these people, where the people live, where the people travel, what they do, I mean, there's so much data that is thrown out every day to the business, that they start now thinking, how can we use it? And that's where Uber Eats came. You look at Amazon, all the services that they have started, from Amazon Web Services to cloud services to MTurks, where they are giving business to people. How did they get all this? From the Amazon platform, which has thrown so many gigabytes of data onto them, terabytes, and I don't know what something else is there, zettabytes of data, that now they are able to segment it. There are some people who want work on the platform from which they can make money. Then there are some people who want to make websites. So you have your web services. There are some people who want to be on the cloud services. There are some people who are just customers who who want some services which are like Prime services. So you have your Amazon Prime. This all could be done only because data was progressed enough to become big data. And then the data was garnered, segmented, processed, and then persisted with and creatively made. So you integrate it, persist and then integrate it into what services should be offered to whom. Prime services to this set of services to this, that set of cloud services to IT firms, web services to new businesses. And then you analyze, again, this throws up more data. So you see, it's a beautiful loop which data generates data, and more data generates more, and then more data generates more business generates more data, and the story goes on and on. So that's a wonderful model. Now coming to the specific, because I deal with startups, and I would like to talk about how startups should follow, and mostly are doing that, at least of now in the modern context, the data first strategy. It's like Normally, this is the process of starting up, where you have an idea, you set up a team, you prototype the product, you validate it in the market, then you seek funding for the product, and then you launch the product. So you're taking a lot of calculated risks. In spite of that, there are failures. Again, failures also throw further data, and you keep moving in this loop till you get successful. After you get successful, you again need to innovate. So again, you are into this loop. So what basically how we start the process is that we ask people to do a customer discovery. You have something in mind. So I didn't write idea here. Obviously, when you start a business, you have an idea, but the idea is a very rough idea. You have you should have the customer in mind. So you start with discovering the customer first. You go and find him. You find where this person is. He's special because without him, there is no business indeed. You find this customer, then you find out what is his pain point. What is he looking for in and around your idea? And then you ask him, what are the loopholes in the present alternatives that are there? So he tells you, we have this, but there's a gap here. We have this, but it's too expensive. So you get all those data points which tell you which customer wants the product, geographically, where is he located, age wise, where is he, income wise, who are these people, sex wise, is he a male or a female or a child, or which segment can you, demographics. Then you try to understand locationally, geographically, what are his psychographics. That means data throws up things about, you know, what kind of a psychological background or cultural background they come from. Like, for example, an Indian market, China is very good in psychographics. They understood that that India is a very price sensitive market. So they make completely different set of products for the Indian market, and they make completely different set of products for the US market. So in India, we have a very bad, sorry, a very okay opinion about Chinese products because they make the products like that. Okay, we are not ready to pay a high price. They know we are culturally very, very price sensitive. So they make low end goods for us. But that's not the same thing. If somebody in US, they have a pretty okay opinion about Chinese products because they don't care much about price. So what are you doing? You are basically discovering the customer. You're basically discovering the customer, sorry. And then the customer is telling you what, when, where, and how he wants to buy the product. That's where you are validating your idea. That's where you are finding you're finding a product market fit for your product. That means you are saying you are generating this product, but does the market accept it in the form you want? So you make the product. Again, all this you do with data points. All this, in fact, you have to collect information either primarily from the market, or you can collect a lot of secondary information. For example, you need to understand how big your industry is. So globally, in how many million dollars industry are you operating? How big is it globally? How big is it locally? And then you look at your particular segmented market. How big is your segmented market? What role you, every bit has data points. Then you start collecting resources to start. So whether it is financial resources, human resources, infrastructure resources, again, you have data points. Again, you have data points. Okay. Then you make a business model out of it. So when you're making a business model, again, you will collect a lot of information from other businesses. How are they modeling their product? Are the people accepting a free model, a subscription model? Are they one-time sale? What kind of engagement do they want in the model? Again, here you can segment the market and say, there's one segment who wants subscription. There's one segment who wants only one-time sale. There's one segment who wants product and service and information. There's one segment who wants only training. So same product, you can sell it in different markets, provided you have the data about your market and your customer, which customer wants it in which way. Then you create a minimum viable product on the basis of all these data points, and then you go for a launch. Even after you go for a launch of the product, it may be a success, it may be a failure. at that point, again, you have data points to tell you where you should pivot your model, where you should tweak your model, and then change it to bring it to the next level. Then comes the stage when you have settled on some data, you grow, you sustain, but there is no end to the story of data in a business, because once you have grown and you want exponential growth, then again you need data points, then you need to sustain. And every product has a life cycle. Once you reach that cycle um, where your product has saturated, then again you need information. And now this information is about how you can innovate the product. So you're basically moving from small data to big data. So it's like you're starting up with small, but ending up with big data. And this big data now becomes a big deal, because again, you automate it, you digitize it, and throws up further data for you. So no small business should ever worry that we don't have enough data and we are really not able to utilize this data for getting customers or for making our product more, more likable in the market. It is always that from small data, you see these small fishes finally end up in the big fish. It is with small data that you will end up with big data, and small data is important too. So slowly and steadily, every small business, they should collect information. Don't think it is small and you cannot utilize it for modeling or for creating algorithms that may be helpful to you in your business, but start collecting it from day one, about your customer, about your partners, about your users, about your investors. Over a period of time, it's just a matter of few years and your data becomes huge, and then the data starts generating more business for you. That's where it becomes critical for your business. So collect, store, analyze, and it becomes big data. And this data in turn is going to help every business in making better and faster decisions, in solving problems, help them in understanding the preferences of customers, help them in standardizing processes to take it forward. And most important of all, for all business, is to understand their customer and keep changing the product with the customer's preferences. So if I can just say how you can analyze the data for predictive, prescriptive, and descriptive and analytics. Any small business also can use, any startup can use data, but analyzing it is important as to what could happen. You have some data historical, maybe you don't have it, but you have it from maybe your competitors have it, or historically you're seeing similar business. Now you use that as for predictive and projecting. So any small business or startup, we use data, especially when we go for investment, for predicting for the future, which is when we sit in front of an investor, we need to give him, future flows of revenues, future flows of the markets that we are going to tap, and therefore the revenues that are going to flow in. So therefore, we can use a lot of predictive analysis from past data or from data of similar organizations to predict future predictions for future revenue flows. And you can also use it for prescriptive, that what should we do with this data? That's important. And of course, descriptive, mining data to provide business insights, like what has happened? Okay, why did it happen? What mistakes did we do? And then learning from this descriptive data to tweak models for better outcomes. So for example, again, just to end it quickly, if you look at the example, I think airlines use prescriptive analysis. They prescribe advice on possible outcomes. And why do airlines prices change every hour? Because they have seen and they have which route, which hour is important for them. So you will see that in any airline route, there are certain hours in which they fly, in which the prices are higher, and in others they are not. So if I compare it with the startup world, you can use this for utilizing this data for making what revenue model should we follow for our products. So there are 2 or 3, same product can be given to different set of people, and they can be charged differently by the usage. So every product has a different usage for different people. So you use like subscription, I just said that. You use one-time sale, you use some other model, depending on the people. Similarly, predictive analysis, you can people use it for giving coupons to people who will use, oh, this person is buying so much of this, so give him a coupon, he will buy more, or put money in his wallet, he will buy more. In the startup world, we use this. We see trends for pivoting your model and innovating your product. When we see a certain trend, we use that trend of data to change our model and innovate our products. And descriptive is like Netflix looks at your data and says, you need to, these are the movies they recommend to you, see this movie, see that movie, because they have seen made an algorithm which says, okay, this person likes these movies, so they will recommend those movies to you. In the startup world, you will see past trends, and you will say, for analyzing the performance for better future outcomes. So any past trends that you have, you'll use that and say, okay, next time we will do this. And my last and final, at the entrepreneur zone where we do startups. So I'm just using the example, I have a minute or two maybe, of how we are using our startups and how the startups are using data to do. For example, Sapien Biosciences is a startup which is a biobank of patient samples, and they actually take the samples from hospitals. I'm sorry, let me go back just a minute. Yeah, so they take the patient samples which are hospitals, and these samples become big medical data. And once you have collected huge data, you can use these samples for making personalized medicine. So this is becoming a big biobank of making and creating personalized medicines, but by collecting a huge data from patients' samples which are left in the hospitals. One of my first startups was Vehicle Black Box. The Vehicle Black Box was to basically manage fleets of drivers. So you have this black box in the black box in the vehicle, which tracks the driver's information and how the driver is driving, whether he's ruthless or he's drunk or whatever. So they started off with that, because if you're the owner of a fleet of vehicles, you need to track the how your vehicle driver is doing. But finally, with so much data coming in, they started, you see how default data can be used. They started using this data for insurance purposes. So when you insure your vehicle and your driver, a lot of information becomes useful for your vehicle. So that's where this became important. Another startup called Axlot is an e-commerce platform which aggregates construction material into their platform for making your house or residential or commercial. So here they will collect data on who wants what kind of material, where is it used geographically, where construction happens, residential or commercial, and they will push out the data in that form, aggregate it and push it out to where it is required most. Fit Social is another startup, which is an online fitness training platform, which aggregates, which actually gives online fitness training, and which is very useful in the pandemic time. So you can sit at home and your fitness experts will control your regime online. So again, your complete data of fitness will be maintained by them, and they will utilize this data to tell you so many fitness points of yours. So again, data is being used. And the last, I'm just using a few examples. Crinet is a mobile app for managing inventories for manufacturers, wholesalers, retailers. So a whole lot of data points behind you, which tell from the manufacturer what inventory is available, where it is available, how it is available, at what price it is available, to make it simple for retailers to acquire the inventories, either from manufacturers directly or from retailers, and for farmers to be able to know where the farm products inputs are available, at what prices and where. So this is how we are following the data first strategy. And to end it, it is hard to imagine any company that does not claim to use data to make better and smarter decisions. It is equally true, though, that many of them make big mistakes, sometimes again and again. And what's crucial is that they improve their ability to build a better data first strategy and get better at measurement. So that's it from me and how we follow the data first strategy. Thank you so much for your patient listening. I'm open for questions.
Uh, Thanks, Nandita, for sharing very valuable insights, especially from the entrepreneurship zone and the entrepreneurship's perspective and the importance of data. I think that this is an innovative to me, right? And from an entrepreneurship, thinking about a data perspective is totally a new theme. So one of the question I know, Nandita, you have been like going to a lot of events, right? I know recently you concluded an event and then conferences, right? So there might be you might be hearing a lot of strategies, like can be a data or can be technologies and perspective. So what are your thoughts, right? What are the takeaways you have taken, and can you share some of the insights, mainly the takeaways from the conferences and events?
Let me tell you one recent example of a very big conference which was held virtually. Um, Earlier, we used to physically attend the conference, and we would meet people and network. So always, that physical thing, presence was
Mm-hmm.
considered so important. And um, we, when pandemic came, everything changed, and now everything has to go virtual. But now look at it, the platforms have become so innovative, that from showcasing sponsored products and sponsors products to networking lounge, everything is there on the conference website. It is a three-dimensional website where you can actually walk into and go into networking lounge, and you can leave your digital business card there. Somebody will get back to you that somebody wants to meet you at so and so time. Now, what a business prospect this is for an entrepreneur who wants to meet somebody globally sitting in Hyderabad. I would never have imagined. I mean, through LinkedIn and all, we do get a lot of connects. But out here in this conference, I'm there, they know I'm there, then I know you, somebody is there, somebody has matched. Not just somebody has matched, mind you, the platform has matched. So the platform has seen, I've put in my, very bare details that I'm so and so, and this and this, and this is what we do. There's somebody sitting somewhere in the world who has seen, okay, we are also doing similar. So is there a synergy we can match? So they drop their card into the social networking lounge, and then I get a message that, somebody wants to network. So imagine if this for me, imagine for startups, there's so much more. They want to find co-founders, they want investors, they want marketing networks. So they can just put in there saying, I pick this product, I'm looking for a marketing network globally. So once they say they want a marketing network globally, that will come up in the website. And once that comes up in the website, people can see that he has an innovative product, and there will be people who come to the networking launch and they will give him this. So practically, you can get billions of dollars of investment, marketing networks, just networks for product going global. There's humongous
Uh,
opportunity with
right.
the platforms which collect data.
I think I can add 2 cents here. I think right, that's what we talk about, the digital twin, right? The digital twin of me. So I'm sitting at Hyderabad and I become an avatar, right? And then I can
Yeah,
go around the places and tell wherever, right? I can go to Mexico, I can go to US, anywhere, right? And
anyway,
tell about it, and then you get the business sitting in anywhere.
absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
Yes,
That
yes.
has been superb. Yeah. I mean, I didn't realize that
Yes.
a platform for a platform for conferencing could become so critical for to do business. In fact, if somebody is serious about using data.
Right, right. No, no, data first strategy. I totally agree with you, right?
Yeah,
It's a
yeah,
fantastic, and then the future is about your data first strategy.
absolutely. Absolutely.
Thanks, Nandita, for joining us and sharing your valuable insights. We
Pleasure being
loved it.
here.
I think definitely our audience and then who are the DCS participants will definitely love it, and then
Thank
they'll
you so
definitely
much.
get back to you, and we'll share all the details of yours, right? If anyone is interested in connecting with you,
Absolutely.
we'll let you know that, and then they can connect you and get the information from you, Nandita.
Thank you so much. It was a pleasure being here and sharing my 2 cents, whatever I could. Thank you.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nandita.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm just trying to leave.
Uh, Thanks all to the DCS Data Convergence Summit 2020 participants who are viewing online, who are viewing live, and different ways of social media from all over the globe. So we are concluding the session for today. Thanks for all. There's a packed sessions with speakers sharing their views on different areas and perspectives and then industries, and also very exciting panels from our experts globally and sharing their 2 cents of information on the challenges and opportunities. And I would like to conclude because this is a concluding, and the next 10 minutes we can conclude and then say goodbye to all. And also, before I concluded, so thanks, Swap, for joining us, and Rami also been the entire journey with us for from start to finish. I appreciate your time and effort for this.
Thanks, Vijay.
Thank you,
Thank,
Vijay.
thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah. To the audience, the final concluding session, I would like to summarize what we have done from the morning to the till evening on the IST part. So, it was a fantastic session by me. We have shared about the keynote session. So we are talking about what is data convergence, why data convergence, and what is the need of data convergence for SMEs and MSME in adoption in the digital transformation industry 4.0. And John Vincent from Nichebis has given an excellent presentation on digital transformation roadmap for SMEs and MSMEs, followed by Lakshmi, Vijay, and Rami Salem and Swap sharing beautiful thoughts on the perspective of MSMEs and SMEs adoption. Again, as a panel discussion, it's a fantastic discussion happened, and then definitely I think there's a lot of takeaways from that. And finally, Rami has given his perspective from the Middle East, how the skills will happen and what exactly is required on the on for the industries to adopt these newer technologies versus and the business processes. And then we took a break, our lunch break, and then we followed by Alan Jones from UK, who shared why data is important and what data will be relevant for industries, and what kind of perspectives is there, and followed by a very excellent session, one more session. It was I like this session, right? We have like thought provoking information was given by Alan Jones and also by Chandra sharing his SAP perspective. Me coming from the SAP also, I love talking the SAP world. And then finally we had Nandita coming and talking about more of a data first strategy. And then overall, I loved this session. I hope all the audience or who are living live also loved, and there are a lot of takeaways. And then one quick thing I want to give to the audience, and I think future is like the past. It get out of your comfort zone. I think you are like whether your industry is fresher or professionals, learning on the go. It has to be continuous learning and lifelong learning. So we are there to help you, and we are trying to respect that aspects to you. Thank you all. Thank you for joining us.